they premised their whole resolution on unresolved issues. The resolution as it stands now stands on its own merits, local government's interest, but they are relying on...
Okay, thank you. Welcome. It's the Board of County Commissioners work session on September 11th, 2012. It's about 10:35. And our first item is, and it depends on what memo you read, we either have subsistence on the road or we have subsidence on the road. Woody Creek Road. So which is it, Brian? Is it subsistence or is it subsidence?
It's a slipping of soil.
Okay. Good.
So I'm Bob Brown, I'm the Public Works Director. I'm here with Mike Fowler from SGM, who did the design on what we're going to present. Gino Fielding will be presenting to you today, but hopefully by tomorrow he will have a new baby to take care of. So that's where he is today. But the money has been appropriated from this project. The board did that back in the budget for 2012, and what we're doing is checking back with you to see that, to make sure you're okay with what we're going to propose to place in this area, and that you're okay with our next steps. So we're not looking to appropriate any additional funds at this time. The subsistence in this area is located about 3 miles up Woody Creek Road from the intersection of Upper River Road. This is a more detailed sketch. The area is right in here. It's just up valley from the Flying Dog Ranch. And this has been, I've worked for the county for 20 years, and this has historically slipped. It seems like every 3 to 5 years we're putting new asphalt in there or doing something to try to cover up the area.
That's not as safe as it was, wasn't it?
It was.
For the driveway? You go back one to the driveway up above?
That's correct. So this is another road. The area that slips is actually nearly in the middle of a very narrow section of Woody Creek Road. It's down to one lane in this area, about 13 feet wide. And we're proposing to fix 150 feet of the worst area. And we'll talk more about the extent of this project later on in the presentation. We do have 60 feet of right-of-way in the area. The road is bordered by irrigation ditches on both sides, and we've been meeting with neighbors that would be most impacted by this construction, and so that they're aware of what we would be doing in the area. Mike's going to talk about the project constraints, constructability, and some of the technical aspects of the project this time.
Yeah, so obviously constructability is one of the driving issues on this. The roadway's narrow now. We're not looking to make it.
Mike, could you just introduce yourself and tell us who you work for?
I'm Mike Fowler with SGM, I'm a structural engineer there. So one of the constraints obviously is constructability, and that ties into maintenance of traffic up there as well. So those two issues, how we're going to build it and how we're going to maintain traffic through there, have really been what's driving how we're designing this and what options we're coming up with. Obviously the topography is steep, both below the road and above the road. And as Brian mentioned, there are 2 ditches. The Wagner extension is above the road, and then I believe it's the Paradise ditch is below our roadway platform. So we're kind of bound by those 2 ditches as well. We looked at really basically 3 different options. There's 4 up here, but the 3 options that we looked at, the first one, which would be probably the simplest, would be just to buttress up the downhill side of the roadway, just to give it some more mass, stabilize it that way with a rock buttress. The problem with that is that you would be the limits of that buttress would be extending over the downhill ditch, the Paradise ditch, which would make future maintenance an issue. That section of the ditch through there is piped, but any sort of future maintenance would require having to cut out the toe of that buttress, which you lose the stability of that buttress at that point. We looked at an MSE wall. That's kind of your conventional retaining wall where you're bringing up blocks and then you're running grid back into the road.
What does MSE stand for?
Mechanically stabilized earth wall. You see those all around. We have some pictures in a little bit. But that relies on reinforcing the roadway back into the roadway, so you'd have to open up the road, you'd have to cut into the roadway, which would be, that'd be a problem trying to keep traffic going through there at that point. You'd actually have to shut down the road to build that type of a wall. A soil mill wall is where you're actually cutting the slope and you're stabilizing the slope by using soil mills, which are just bars that are drilled into the slope and grouted. It holds that mass together, kind of like a pin cushion, but those pins are actually providing stability to that slope. So those are the three main options we looked at, and each one of those has its advantages and disadvantages. The soil mill wall, the disadvantage to that is trying to gain roadway width. You're really limited. It's hard you can't gain width back on the roadway with the soil mill wall very easily. So what we're recommending is a combination of the soil mill wall with an MSE wall on top of that. The soil mill wall would be at the bottom of the slope, and that allows us to come in from below and do construction down below the road, so you can still keep traffic up on the road. All the access would be down below. So you cut that slope and you stabilize the slope using soil mill wall technique, and then above that we could build an MSE wall, which would allow us to widen the road some more. And I know there were some cross sections in your packet. They're pretty crude at this point. We haven't really went forward too far with the design, but that's the concept. So really, it's a hybrid system, combining the soil mill wall at the lower part and a MSE wall at the upper part. An MSE is kind of a Kleenex term. In this case, we're going to be looking at using some bigger blocks, and the big blocks are heavy enough that we don't have to reinforce. So I call it an MSE wall, but it's really more of a gravity wall. So we're not cutting into the roadway. All of this is kind of predicated on trying to keep the road open through construction. So this is an example of a big block MSE wall. Now these blocks are about 3 feet wide, 18 inches tall, and they're about 2 feet deep. This is an example from a project in Glenwood where we also stained these blocks afterwards to try to match the color of the slopes around that area.
On this project, Mike, how much the MSE wall will be showing? How tall will it be?
So on this project on Woody Creek, we'd be looking at a total wall height of about anywhere from 8 to 12 feet, and I would say only 2 to 3 courses of block are going to be visible. So you'd have about 6 to 8 feet of soil mill wall, and then 2 to 4 feet of block wall on top of that. This is another example of a big block wall. The difference between these two, the previous slide had the block stained. This is more just natural concrete block that the colors don't show up really well here, but there is some color that from just the dirt coming over the side. So eventually it does blend in a little bit more. This is another example of a big block wall.
We did a similar application on Red Mountain Road 3 years ago when we redid that road and widened it. We built a similar wall that we'd be constructing on Woody Creek.
And then this is an example of the soil mill wall. And so this is kind of what the bottom part of our wall would look like with 2 or 3 courses of big block stacked on top of that.
So this is the soil now, which is drilled back into the,
Yeah, so you
anchored with nails?
Yeah, you drill the nails in, and then you come on that face, and you put reinforcing steel over that face, and you blow shotcrete. It's a concrete that's sprayed
Just
on.
like a plaster finish, or
Well, it's
aesthetic, or is that structural?
It's structural. It's an actual, structural concrete. And with soil nail walls, this is an example of one that we did up in the town of Snowmass Village, up on Deer Ridge Lane. And this was actually sculpted here again. It's hard to see on the screen, but this was actually sculpted and stained, so it looks, if you're driving by it looks like a kind of a block wall. So there are some things you can do with both the MSE or the big block and the soil nail wall as far as staining it or using colored concrete. I think as far as actually sculpting the soil nail wall, I don't think that's real applicable for this because it's down below the road and the only people that can see it are the people in the field cutting hay. But these are just some examples of photos that were similar projects that we're looking at. So we'd be looking at combining those two wall types for this application.
So the next steps that need to be taken would be to continue discussions with the neighbors up there to make sure that they understand what's going on and apply any easements that we need to have to construct the walls. Also, we'd like to meet with the Woody Creek Planning Commission so that they're aware of what we're doing and that they're okay with the project moving forward. And of course, this is with the blessing of the Board of County Commissioners. I'd like to talk to you about it. There's a few issues here. One is this is just going to stabilize 150 feet of this very narrow roadway. We're going to gain a little width, maybe 13 feet to 18 feet, so where two cars can pass, but it's only the short section. If the board desired to, we could widen this full length of the road if we wanted to. It's a much more expensive proposition, but the project that we're proposing right now would fix an immediate problem that we have, and it wouldn't negate the potential of building a future project to do widening in the area if the Board of County Commissioners wanted to do so.
Brian, do we have traffic counts on this portion of the road?
We do, and I don't know what they are off the top of my head, but
I might be able to.
I can. Thank you, John.
George?
What's actually causing the slippage in this area? Is it water coming down, or?
We think that water could be a contributing factor. I think there's a couple of things going on this downhill side of the road. You can't see it in this photo, but there's been 2 or 3 different types of walls that have been built over the years underneath that road. There's some old timber tie walls under there. There's some stacked boulder walls. In a lot of places, the slope is just too steep. It can't stand up on its own.
I guess my follow-up question, though, is if we just repair this one section of 150 feet or so, and if some of this is being caused by water's going to continue to flow down in the path of least resistance, so wouldn't that water just find another way to cause problems either upstream or downstream?
It's possible. I think there are some things we can do on the inside of the road, better ditches. That uphill, that cut slope that you see there does get pretty saturated, especially in the spring. Possibly, that water could possibly be making its way underneath the roadway right now. I think if that was the case, if water was the primary issue here, I think we would see other problems with the roadway. I think the road would be doing more of this instead of just kind of this localized failure. Because it is a fairly localized failure right there. I think, as Brian mentioned, there's issues all along this half-mile stretch of the road, and water is one of those issues.
Yes, sir.
I may have missed you saying this as I first came in, but is this already in the capital plans at this level?
Correct. Yeah, the board appropriated $135,000 to complete the project. We expect there may be overruns here, given some unknowns once we bid it, but we do have contingency money that we can rely on to make up that margin if it does run over with bidding.
Well, I guess there's, I have one question related to this and another, but wouldn't there be economies of scale if we were to do larger section now, once everyone's mobilized? I mean, I'd like to be able to weigh that, expenditure and allocation of additional funds towards this versus having to go back in and have disruption twice. I don't know if it's necessarily the full length of the half mile or whether it should be a 250-foot project instead of 150 feet. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yes, I do know what you're saying, and there would be economies of scale. I mean, once you mobilize up there, you're going to and do that length of the road, you're going to get better pricing. The difference, just so we understand, is we saw this as a safety issue because of the failure. There aren't failures beyond this. What we would be doing if we extended it for the full length would be just to gain width on the road, get away from the 13-foot platform and get 18 feet.
Yeah. Well, I think that is the type of thing that the Woody Creek Planning Commission and neighbors' input would be very important. Again, weighing our financial abilities into that mix. But I think we should allow them the chance to look at and weigh in on some of those issues.
Okay.
And if there's any potential of failure, as George was kind of alluding to, of other sections. The other question I have is, how is this different or similar to the subsidence that we were having up on the Frying Pan Road, and what sort of safety risks do we see up there?
Mike and I were just talking about this. We have this same problem in other areas of the county, not just the Frying Pan. The Frying Pan's probably the most dramatic and you feel it the most. And Mike probably has more knowledge about this type of slipping than I do. So,
On the Frying Pan, I just drove up there last weekend. Drive up there a couple times a year. And the one thing I notice up there on the Frying Pan is I think that's a bigger issue that's going on up there. I think this is a more localized condition. I think what's going on up on the Frying Pan, you have a drainage coming down, but then I also think you have a change in geology up there. I think you're actually seeing two different rocks, that uplift there. And I think it's a geological. There's the two different geological strata there, I think, are contributing to that slide.
Is that just a slow slip that will continue, or is that something that's again kind of raising the bar to a greater safety issue sooner than later type of thing?
It's hard to predict that. I mean, I think looking historically, like Brian mentioned earlier, that he thinks there might be upwards of 6 to 10 feet of asphalt through that area up there. So, geological time, it's moving at a good rate right now. But is that a rate that we can keep patching and doing Band-Aid fixes, or could you get that 100-year snowfall and have that slope saturated and then get a big rain in the spring, and that could be the tipping point that forces that to slide as a mass failure, soil mass failure.
I guess I'd like to see this project move forward. It's obviously a safety concern. I already stated the questions to kind of consider for myself is about the magnitude of the project, but I think it'd be good to have kind of a list of those other road areas in Pickens County that you have identified this sort of problem and which can be, stitch in time saves 9, and which are the ones we should just keep a watch on.
okay.
Jack?
Yeah. I guess multiple questions. To me, subsidence usually does deal with water in my non-engineered background, engineering. Are both ditches on either side piped through this section?
Sections of, the uphill ditch, the majority of that uphill ditch, the Wagner extension is piped. There is a short 30-foot stretch that's not piped, it's lined. But there's a 30-inch CMP, corrugated metal pipe that comes in, and then there's an open section, and that transitions into a 24-inch plastic pipe. That section is, that section that's not piped on the Wagner extension is above this failure area. The ditch down below is piped through this area. It does daylight a little down the hill from here. But that downhill pipe, that downhill ditch, I don't think, in my opinion, is contributing to the instability.
But how about the uphill?
The uphill ditch could be contributing. You know, it is lined, but you don't know how much of that water that's in that slope, because that slope is saturated in the spring. You don't know how much of that is just from snow melt, percolation, and how much is from the ditch.
Well, thank you. It's obvious that we need to have a in-depth conversation with the neighbors of, you know, the road is our responsibility. How this 30-foot section contributes, I'm not sure, but it is somewhat a coincidence that it's above it. But I think the key here is to cooperate and move forward. So I'm supportive of kind of the dual approach, soil nail and MS, whatever it was, MSE. I think it does make sense to do an analysis of cost takeoff on doing the section. 1,700 feet is about a third of a mile. And, you know, hey, if unit costs like what we did with paving this year, if it makes sense to go do it, and we have the budget for it, I think we should do it. This would be a construction project for next summer, I assume. Or is it?
Well, if I may, one of the things I just want to caution y'all on is we set some decision criteria when we built that 10-year capital plan. And so as you move one piece, that's going to affect 10 years of funding that we've built. You know, it's going to take away from fund balance. And so we've tried to prioritize clearly public safety before capacity enhancements. I think that's where Brian was going, why we didn't go farther down, because that would be a capacity enhancement versus a safety concern. And we have, you know, programmed out through 2022 other areas where we're believe we're either are or about to experience failures, like sections of the frying pan and what have you. And so just be aware as we add scope, it means, you know, down into our 10-year plan, we'll probably have to remove scope somewhere else. And right now, we've covered mostly our maintenance from a fiscal perspective and safety issues. And so it would be taken away from those.
Yeah, and I certainly agree with that approach. On the other hand, I want to make sure that this isn't all a safety issue. Not that I want to spend money now. You know where I come from, but 13 feet really doesn't seem too much of the surface. And, you know, we've all been down here when we go through a couple sections of this road, you know, it's pretty dangerous. I'm only suggesting we should still get a takeoff. And as we see later on today, budget is what it is, budget is dynamic, and it's a decision. You can't make good decisions without an understanding. But we always need to be reminded of that, John, the bigger picture, so I appreciate that. Rum?
Can someone outline the timeline here? I mean, I'm hearing community outreach to neighbors, I'm hearing this year, next year, I'm hearing look at a larger set of projects. I mean, it looks like you're asking our blessing to get going on this particular thing now.
Correct.
And although I've heard several commissioners say, well, we should ask the neighbors what they think. So how does that fit into the timeline, or does it? And, so, I mean, right now you're just asking for our blessing in terms of what's been put forward from the engineer standpoint, the aesthetic standpoint, and the decision to not go to beyond 18 feet. This would give us about 18 feet, so it would widen it a little bit for this section, secure the road, get it done before this winter, with money that's already been allocated for this specific project.
That's correct.
Anything beyond that, then that's when we talk about community outreach, additional stuff, and
Well, I think there's at least some community outreach to let them aware of the project and
yeah,
the phasing. And
yeah.
We do that.
Yeah.
but not to change the project, to let them know what the project is.
Yeah, and when I say talk to the neighbors are important in this, not that it's a yes or no, but in order to mobilize, we need to set up on their property, and that's why I was mentioning about, I want to be specific, maybe. The possibility exists that there is some infiltration from above, and everyone's got to work. That's the talk, and no permission. I think right-of-way gives us the ability for public purpose. This is a safety issue. We can go in there. That's not the question. So the key question here is, okay, yeah, if we want to move forward, as Rob has ably articulated, that's one thing, but does it still make sense to get that takeoff? So we know what the big picture is. We're heading into budget.
So, Brian, when was this road paved?
That's a good question. Test of my
When, do you have records of the construction of this road?
Yes. we would have that.
Was it, do they meet today's standards?
The construction of the road does not meet today's standards,
Isn't that the case with many of our rural roads?
most of them.
Isn't that a problem we're going to face going forward? Essentially, these roads were constructed at a time to accommodate agricultural use and intermittent use, and now they're getting subdivision use and development pressures, and they're failing for a variety of reasons. And that failure causes more impact than it did in 1930 when these roads were constructed. So,
Based on traffic volumes.
we're caught in an odd cycle of not having the infrastructure to support the development that we've already permitted.
That's correct.
Yes, sir, John.
Just a clarification on my part, thanks, Rob, for pointing out the timelines. I was under the impression we were looking to see this next spring. I very rarely see a road project brought in middle of September, given our weather conditions. But if it's something that we're interested in mobilizing now, then, I would certainly drop my request to say, should we do more or bid different options and see it move forward in, what you have scoped so far. And we can take a look at those later or at a different date. I just didn't understand the context as fully.
Well, and we can check with, I guess I'm really interested in what the Woody Creek Planning Commission has to say about gain and width through this area. Historically, the Woody Creek Caucus hasn't really wanted a lot of improvements to Woody Creek Road, including changing the surface from gravel to asphalt. So I'd like to check in with them, see where they are with it, and go from there. I don't know that we're in any big hurry to get it done this year. It is the middle of September, as you mentioned.
But, it does need, I think, whatever you do, it needs marking that's specific to where these hazards are, because this is actually not the only, I don't know about subsidence, but there's a narrowing of the road due to sloughing, and so those areas need to be well marked, I think, particularly in the wintertime.
Yep, I agree.
George, did you?
I think the important thing about not only going to neighbors on the road construction, but to get them to understand the option that you're suggesting, because that does have some visual impacts,
Yes.
as well as the Woody Creek Planning Commission. So I think that is an integral part of the step. So they understand these are the options, and this is the rationale, and this is the impact, visual impact you may see.
Yeah, it's a changing character of the road.
Right.
That's right.
Okay, so you've got, I think, the consensus to go ahead
Okay.
with the alternative of whatever we discussed here.
If we hear a resounding extend the project, we may bring that back to the board for discussion then from the Woody Creek Planning Commission.
Yes, Rich?
One last clarification on this. Given the work going into building the retaining walls and the reconstruction, is it something that you would want then to asphalt this section? Would that make it more impervious to future water and subsidence?
Yeah, and there is asphalt there today.
There is asphalt on this section today.
Yeah. First slide shows it.
Sorry, I couldn't tell, and I was thinking, as Michael's commented, there is a lot of compacted gravel sections on that road.
That's right.
This photo was taken last February, I believe. And there was some more material, so you can see the little patch there.
Yeah.
And that asphalt does extend out to kind of a jagged edge of roadway. And that last photo, I think, which was taken this summer, there's been some more material placed over the side just to try to stabilize the edge of that pavement. So in that photo, it looks more like there's gravel and dirt on the side of the road, but there is pavement through that whole width.
Yes, Jack?
Yeah, Michael brought up something that reminded me when we moved forward with the parking, the upper part of the road, as the access to the National Forest, and the signage there. We had also, I thought, requested signage on narrow portions of the road. Was that ever followed through
I'll have to check and see if they're out there. We did make those requests, though. You did make those requests.
as a board?
Yes. I'll check. If not, we'll get them out.
You know, the locals certainly know it, but not only locals are on this road, so
That's right.
it might make sense.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Brian.
Michael,
Thank you, Brian.
we have about 25 more minutes with this agenda item. If I would be back at open discussion with a request to extend some pavement, and I'm requesting to do that now rather than an open discussion today.
That's fine.
And to give you an update about paving as well. This week, we're going to start Willoughby Way, grinding tomorrow, and paving that section of roadway that's already been appropriated. In addition to that, we're going to start Jack Redding Lane, which goes up to the dump, and we'll be doing that after hours as much as possible, including into the weekend somewhat. So that's where we are with paving right now. The request today, though, is with regard to Magnifico Road. It's about 2/10 of a mile. It comes off of Willoughby Way. It needs to be replaced. Right. And before I make the request for the funding, we don't need to appropriate any more money because we're working with about a little over $100,000 in savings right now. We didn't mill the top section of Castle Creek Road, which saved us money. So the $33,000 to pave Magnifico would come out of that savings. All I'm looking for the Board of County Commissioners to approve today is to extend that asphalt off of Willoughby Way onto Magnifico. I think it's the right thing to do from many perspectives. I think it makes sense because the road needs to be rebuilt. I think that short roadway will gain economies of scale based on being up there and having the asphalt costs we have right now. And I think it will make a lot of sense to the traveling public and the people that
Board? Yes, Jack?
Yeah, I think it makes real good sense because of mobilization and efficiency and all of that. And I know that road is all of Willoughby and around the corner. I just call it around the corner. It's trash, so I would support that. And in this memo, it talked about any discrepancy for the previous project can be made up out of our contingency budget. Is the contingency budget the savings?
No,
Or does road capital have an actual contingency line item?
Road capital, we did the same with facilities because projects have ebbs and flows as you know, and so we have budgeted contingency dollars both for the unexpected emergency repairs or unknowns within the projects. This year, as Brian said, we're doing well with our projects, and so we're not exceeding, so we're able to use some of those savings to do expansions like this. And we have contingencies that allow for some, for example, on the Woody Creek project, we anticipate that possibly there will be some overage there that we could cover with those contingencies, so we don't have to come back. And those are built in throughout the capital plan.
Yeah, thanks for that explanation. Yeah, I'm supportive.
Okay, now that wasn't on our original schedule. Is there any public noticing, or are we going to tell people we're going to be doing that, or?
We're going to inform people about Willoughby Way on a board up there, and we can add Magnifico. I think people will be excited that Magnifico is getting done. And as Jack said, the layman wouldn't know you're getting off Willoughby Way. It just looks like a continuance of Willoughby.
Okay, so thank you, Brian.
Great. Thank you.
But if you want, you can come back later.
Ahead of schedule. Excellent. Where do we go? Where would the board like to go on this? Open discussion,
Future agendas might be about the right amount of time.
future agendas? Is that okay with the board? Yeah. Okay. John?
Yeah. Give me just a sec to catch up with you guys.
Excellent.
So, a few items for you on future agendas. First of all, I was out last week. We were contacted and set up a meeting with the Department of Local Affairs. The director, Reeves Brown, is going to be in town. And he asked to meet with managers and also, like chairs or mayors. I did contact Michael, and Michael, you've got a RAFTA meeting. I think that conflicts with that on Thursday, so I wanted to reach out to see if there was another board member who might want to attend. It's Thursday at 9 a.m. We've set it up this week, we've set it up for the fire station, and it's about an hour and a half. There's not a real set agenda. Reeves is wanting to hear from communities in Pickens County about, what kind of issues we're working on, what kind of challenges we're having, to see what the Department of Local Affairs may have to offer in terms of assistance. Reeves is also a cabinet member, and so in the governor's administration, and so he obviously has the ear of other cabinet members also if there are issues that go beyond DOLA. So it's a good opportunity for us to sit down. It's very informal. We do have, I think we're going to have representatives from Snowmass and Aspen there also.
Rachel?
I know I can't. I'm at the River District Seminar in Grand Junction.
Jack?
They specifically asking for chairs, mayors, so probably vice chair I would go.
I agree with that fully. The one thing I was thinking is that some of those programs may really mesh with what Northwest Council of Governments does or can do. I don't know if that would spike your interest
I've
or
got a 9 o'clock that day.
conflict.
Yeah, I was going to say, Rob's certainly welcome.
Yeah, and I think that if he is indeed the head of the Department of Local Affairs, that he must know that short notice to, all you have to do is look at our future agendas to realize that there's no such thing as short notice unless it's 8 o'clock at night. I just don't see that he's in touch with anybody.
Well, I've been in contact with our representative and pushing for having more DOLA presence up here.
Which is a good thing. I think that's a good thing.
And it was an opportunity.
A week's notice is not a good thing.
Yeah, and just so you know, it was an opportunity that they had in Reed's schedule that came up, and so I think we're responding to that, and I'm appreciative that he had us on that. It's not a large planned event by any means, but he had an opportunity, and I think they're responding to our kind of requests to say, hey, we'd like to see you guys up here when you have a chance.
Okay, Jack.
Yeah, and from 2 weeks ago, I had this on the agenda, though we had the wrong Monday or Thursday. The date is correct on our future agendas. It says Dole breakfast meeting. Now, this is not breakfast. But this is, I'm sure, and remember I had at a work session said, golly, guys, the date and the day don't match. So this, we've had a little notice, but uncertainty about exactly when it was going to play. Which would be no excuse, because I agree, we ought to have as much lead time.
Well, you probably would have had more if I had been in town and had decent cell service last week. Yeah.
And you were doing public service in another sense, so. But I'm certainly willing to go. Could we do an email, just so I know, like it's concrete, I am going at an X time?
Okay.
Any other future agendas?
On September 18th, we met with Colin Laird and Barry Crook this morning on the housing agenda. I think, as I had indicated to you, that's turning more into a joint work session kind of agenda, but we wanted to move the broadband update to the next week on the 25th and have an opportunity for Colin to come in to do an overview of some of the materials that is going to be discussed.
So Colin is going to be the moderator? Is that what was decided? Facilitator.
Yes.
Yeah, I was out of that loop.
His name had been discussed
Mentioned.
before, yeah. And that's, the city's really taking lead. This is really a city program, and they've contacted Colin.
Okay.
Yeah. And so we're going to have Colin come in and go over some of the materials and expectations for those 2 days. And so then on the 25th, we'll use that time probably right around 2 o'clock then to do the update on what's happening with broadband. Okay. And then we had a meeting with the hospital set up, I believe, for the hospital board. Is it next week?
17th, Monday.
Thank you. They contacted us this morning to let us know they will not have a quorum. They just found out 2 of their board members are going to be out, so it seems like we'll have to reschedule that. So we'll let you know when that's going to be. That's all I have for you right now.
Okay. Commissioners, any future agenda items? Yes, Rachel?
Yeah, it's more of a question, but I noticed that for our travel on the 17th and the 24th, we have the Trailblazer, and I'm wondering, is that as large as the Traverse and as kind of steady as the Traverse for a trip over to Leadville and back and so on? And
I'll find out. I really don't.
find out which.
Off the top.
Yeah, I was thinking if that's a smaller car and we're all kind of bouncing around in there, it might be a little tight.
Yes.
John, on October 6th, we have, as part of our regular work session, an abatement hearing. And normally we've been having those on a different date so we don't run into a time issue, unless there's just a few abatements that we're going to be hearing at that time.
You know, George, I'm going to have to look at that. I do understand that.
Is that on our agenda here?
Yeah, I don't have
I'm
that.
not seeing it
Oh, I
either. Are
thought
you seeing
I-
it online?
I don't see it here.
October 6th is
Yes, on the 5th.
is a Saturday.
6th is a Saturday.
I wonder where I got that from.
But I will tell you that we did have a number of abatements that canceled recently, and we're looking at rescheduling those, and I don't have a time yet.
Oh, okay.
And
I don't know where I
I'm
found
not
that.
seeing that.
Yeah, I don't know where I
It's not
found
on
it.
the printed copy here.
All right, never mind.
Okay. Any other future agenda items? Jack?
So,
I'm sorry, it was October 16th.
okay, let's go to the 16th, if you don't mind, Michael.
Sure.
Just check.
I knew I saw it. Anyway.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's 2 hours.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on, I think, what we've seen is some of those have been canceling,
Yeah.
and we've had a smaller number, so we'll keep an eye on that.
You're good. We're still on for our site visit to Lanedo?
Yeah, that's the board's wish.
It's just at 9 AM now, not in
Yeah.
the afternoon.
What day is that?
Monday, the 24th, at 9 a.m.
September?
Yes. And, John, are we for certain that the dates for this housing summit are pinned down, no changes?
Yes.
Okay, I just kind of wanted to check in because
What dates are those?
it finally showed up
September 27th.
and October 11th.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, and there's one more, and I have it. It says September 18th on a Tuesday, housing negotiations. Is that involved in our moving forward with our housing program?
Yeah, that'll be our
Realtor.
broker coming in with the matrix and kind of getting some feedback from the board. We've been previewing some properties and stuff, so.
Yeah, good, excellent. That's it for me, thank you.
And
Yes, Rob?
just keep in mind with that, I mean, that's next week, Tuesday, and we had kind of pushed a lot of other topics to that too, so my guess is that's a 2-hour topic right there.
Yeah, and that's something John and I are going to need to
Yeah.
figure out.
Yeah, let's work tomorrow.
Okay, any other future, yes, Rachel?
It's small correction here, but on the Friday, October 5th CCI legislative meeting, I will be attending that as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure why we just noted myself, but, right, yeah.
Yeah, it probably is just a carryover from the other two that I didn't make, the meetings of being out of town.
Yeah, I'll give a report today.
Okay, any other? Should we launch into, we have some guests here. Should we welcome our guests? Board? Yes?
Michael, can we take a 4 or 5 minute break
Okay.
before then?
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break
Start on
before we
time.
welcome our esteemed guests.
Rachel, you understand.
Okay, grassroots, are we ready? Welcome back. It's about 11:25 on the Board of County Commissioners work session on September 11th, 2012. The item we have in front of us is a visit by the U.S. Forest Service to update us on the 8th and Hallam property conveyance. And we have two Scotts here, Scott Fitzwilliam and Scott Snelson. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here.
Always a pleasure. Thanks for having us. And good timing to give you guys an update on what's going on with the conveyance and the eventual sale of the property. We're moving ahead. It's not as quick of a process as you might guess than if it was a piece of private land, but we are moving ahead with the sale of what we think will be 5 lots. We sent a plat to the city. That was part of the requirement, is to say here our best analysis of what the lot should look like. And there are 5 lots varying in sizes from the minimum of, I think it's 6,000 square feet in that to, I think there's one that's a little bigger, maybe 7.
And these are new lots, Scott, or these are existing lots?
Well, they've never been platted. We sent the plat to the city, and now, so there'll be, we have a house on one. One of the lots has a house on it. And so we're working through a couple of issues with the city, issues of access with the alley, and then utilities, which way they'd come in. We want to do this, as cooperatively as we can. So we put out, when we eventually go to sale, it's as much of that work is done for the potential buyer. They'll still have to go through all the city processes for the lots, but if we know as much of that, and so I think I feel real good about where we are with the city. We still have a little bit of work to do. Our goal for the sale is this winter, and I can't tell you if it's late winter, early winter, or middle winter, but it could be right around the holidays, which might not be a bad time with people coming into town to make sure we get as much exposure as possible. I don't think that's going to be hard with West Side lots. The way we work it, it's sold through GSA, but we can contract or offer to a real estate agent a commission, and so there'll be plenty of interest in that to get the word out and get that sold. It'll be an auction, if you will, probably online, which is GSA sets up an online service. We have to pay them for it, and we set some level of minimum, and then they go from there. We have, we've talked several times with you all about our needs for the new office at Aspen. So we are committed that if we don't get the price we need to get, to take it. It's not something like, if that's all we can get, we have to take it. So we'll see what that is. We really don't have that number. It's not something we can disclose anyway. We are planning a fall demolition of one of our houses. The reason why we have to do that is we have to have those lots cleared. The house actually crosses over what will be 2 of the lots, and so with that problem, the best thing for us is demolish it. We have to do some remediation, and then our goal is sometime this fall, right, to demolish that house. And then in the end, we'll have to decide if the bids that come in are adequate, and if they are, then we'll continue. We're at about 40% design for the new building. We stopped to see, okay, now we have kind of our a design of what we really want and how we think it's the best use of that property, not just from the administrative needs we have, but also you've heard us say over and over that we have an opportunity to deliver a much better public service with information and visitors center type stuff like you would have in a highly attractive place like we have here. But we'll have to decide if we have enough. If we do, if the sales come in at enough money, then we'll fire up the design process again, because we're only at like 30-40% to get this towards that 90 to 100% design, and then issue a contract, and we'll all be out there with the golden shovels breaking ground, hopefully.
George?
So, Scott, because this is a public agency, you don't actually have a listing price for the entire parcel, different lots. You actually go out to auction.
Yeah, we'll have a minimum bid.
And you'll have a minimum bid for the entire property or for each specific lot?
We're still looking into that. We're probably going to offer them as 5 lots, but if someone 5 separate individual lots, but if someone comes in and wants them all, so be it. So those are a couple of details that we're working out with GSA, how we go about running those parallel processes. But, I mean, I want this to sound correct, but our goal is to raise as much funding as possible. I think you all have heard us talk about the conditions of our facilities, and there is no other pot of money that is going to come to fruition. Our best hope for actually appropriated dollars was we had this chunk of money that we raised through the sale, but we need a little more to pave the bike trail or something. We might be able to get, some appropriated money, year-end money that we could add to the contract, but it wouldn't be significant to change the whole character. So our goal is to raise as much money as we can.
Yes, George.
Are you also still looking at selling off down in Elgibel, the tree farm, and would that go through a similar process?
Yeah, we're a ways out with that, and maybe you know the exact timing of that. I apologize. I had a package of stuff that I had at my office last night to hand you all, and came straight from my house up here and left it on my desk. So I'll make sure I get you that via email. So Elgibel, we chose not to sell the riparian area after consideration, and so the upper side we're still working on, but that's a ways out. I can't remember.
Yeah, we prioritize this parcel first. We're moving at a little slower pace for the Elgibel. It will be a similar sort of process, but it'll follow on the tail end of this.
Yeah.
And once we know, approximately what we're going to get for this lot, then we can strategize again about how much, where, when for the Elgibel property and the other properties we have across the coast.
Yeah, the way we're approaching this from a whole programmatic perspective on the forest, because I think I've explained to you this is from here to Summit County, and this is our first one out of the chute as far as sale, and we think if it's really hard to get a sense for land prices. I mean, it's been hard to get a sense for residential properties the last 3-4 years, but super hard to get a sense on raw land. If these parcels here on the west side of Aspen come in very deflated from our hopes and dreams, we're probably going to put the entire conveyance program to bed for a while. We did get the extension from Congress, and so we're not in I think when I was first here, when we were talking about this, that conveyance legislation was going to run out, the authority to sell and retain the money to replace or restore facilities. And so we've got an extension through 2016 or 17. So we'll probably mothball the program just because we're paying people out of the funds to prepare all this stuff. Kevin Warner, and you've probably seen his name on stuff, and others. So it just financially wouldn't make sense to sell. And I've talked to some real estate people. They said, unless you owe money on it and you're short, need it right now, don't sell. Just hold on. It'll come back. And so Aspen, a little different, obviously. So we'll see how that goes. So that's kind of our goal from a programmatic perspective.
Rachel?
Yeah, just a couple of questions, and they were probably things in your packet, so I hate to...
That's all right.
But how much land mass will that leave you there at the 7th and Main site for your new facility?
About 2 acres. It's about a third of the lot.
Selling one, keeping 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's everything from the irrigation ditch, if you're familiar with that, to that side.
Okay. And then the second is only semi-related, and I know economic times have changed. But in the past, there was concern about actual Forest Service affordable housing for being able to get staffing and keep staffing up in the valley. Is that something that's also in your long-range facility planning, or how's that shaken out?
Yeah, we're going to be replacing kind of what we have up here. So we'll stay even here in Aspen with the bunkhouse and the duplex. And so we'll stay even. What we're looking at is a couple of ideas for down valley, at least bunkhouse, summer seasonal facility for people, either at potentially the Basalt location, or we have a parcel on Rose Lane in Carbondale. That might be an appropriate place for a bunkhouse or even another duplex. The issue of housing has gotten better. Some of us came here just at the right time and were able to score houses for much less than when I first started looking at this job, and I feel very fortunate. But it's still drastically increased, and I've told you folks in the past, we do not get a locality pay adjustment. We are no different pay schedule than someone in the middle of Nebraska, where the cost of living is 50% less, which is really unfortunate. Denver employees get...
What's unfortunate, being in Nebraska, or...
I'm not going to John, aren't you from Nebraska? No.
Neighboring state.
I knew it was one of those states. Anyway, so it will never go away. I mean, we're still looking at entry-level positions of GS5, 7, 9s, which is, tough to make it. And if we're going to attract good employees, especially, positions that are line officer positions, we need to have at least opportunity to offer some level of housing. What we're calling is transitional housing. So people have a couple, 3 years to figure out, to get on the list if their duty station's out of here, to start looking at places down valley, all those things that take longer than the 6 weeks we generally give people to move, from their former duty station. So.
Okay. And then my last comment was simply that, as you're moving forward with this, we should keep our eyes open. Maybe if you're down at that minimum, it may be an opportunity for the city or the county, but more likely than not, West End properties, very difficult. But I would try to make sure you've gotten the word out to the Music Associates of Aspen and the Aspen Institute as a very distinct descriptive, because it's fairly likely that some of their patrons or board trustees or people are interested in something nearby. And so
great idea.
Just to make sure that you're reaching as many of the markets as you can.
Duly noted.
Jack?
Yeah, thanks for giving us an update. I'm wondering if, given that you have a successful sale, if any of these dollars remain in the White River National Forest?
All of them, yeah.
And all of them in our district, our 2 districts?
I'm 100% committed to that, because, we try to be equitable. To Scott's chagrin, we help out our poor neighbors, but if things worked out as we had planned, we'd make enough in Aspen to take care of Aspen. If things go well in Summit County and the sales we have there, they have just enough. The big unknown is Eagle, and frankly, from an efficiency perspective, it's our highest priority, because we have 2 offices in Eagle, Minturn and an Eagle, and we want to get to 1. Here, we've made a conscious decision. We're not going to crunch to one office. We want to maintain it in here, but we can't. We don't want to have all our employees up here. So if things go well, we can. I'm real confident that the sale of the property, unless we were to get, if we had, I think the term in the real estate business is angel buyer. An angel buyer come where they pay you multiple times more than what you really were expecting. If we got that, then we would share with parts of the other forest, probably, because Eagle, just from an efficiency, running two offices is just, when we don't need it, well, you guys deal with these kind of numbers all the time. It's twice the utilities, it's twice the everything, and it just is really hurting given the current budget scenarios we have.
Good, thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Rob.
Can you talk a little bit about what sort of major services will be provided in the new building if that moves forward? I know there was talk about a conference room and bringing Forest Service events to Aspen, and i.e. more presence to Aspen's economy and that sort of stuff.
You want me to go?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's been our vision from kind of the inception, is to have an auxiliary conference room that's much larger than what we have now. Try to make it a useful satellite potential for other activities going on with the Aspen Institute, so we bring that past. And then sort of the whole campus design is, it'll have an amphitheater as part of the design for outdoor programs, and an expanded visitor information services component to it. The other part that we're real excited about is, if we get the kind of dollars that we're hoping for, we'll also have some facilities for partners that fit nicely with the Forest Service. So it can be sort of more of a one-stop shopping for groups of similar interests with the Forest Service. So we've been referred to it as a stewardship center. We think that the design, we've sort of focused on that for the design. So I think exactly what you said. Certainly better services that are going to be provided at that site, the potential for conferences and bring Forest Service discussions here, to go alongside with the other big discussions that are going on down the street. And this will provide much better housing, much better office facilities. So all around, I think it's going to be a much richer community asset. We've tried to focus very heavily on that.
I'll note the last time I met with you guys down in that little conference room, I think it was either the spring or the end of the winter, and I didn't take my jacket off. So it would be nice to have a nicer conference room to have meetings down there.
Or when we have some project or issues where we're having some public gathering or an open house, to be able to do that in-house where we have the facilities to project. And I mean, that's our goal. We'll trim down. The minimum will be, a decent conference room and a upgraded visitor information where we have, the maps and interpretation and things like that, where people who, come here by the hundreds of thousands every year to enjoy the forest, they know that when they go there, it's something we can be proud of when we deliver what I think is what the expectation of the visitor is. And so very excited about that potential, because it's the right place to do it. We often talk to our superiors about this being the second most important building in the agency, next to the Gates building in Washington, D.C., that given the synergy that takes place here, we ought to treat it appropriately. And so I am still very optimistic we'll all be out there for that groundbreaking ceremony someday, sooner than later.
Yeah, I just want to, our goal is to make the building an energy model, net zero, and try to use different techniques that should be cutting edge building material-wise and carbon-wise. So, in addition to having a better facility, we're hoping to have it be a model for the community to consider as a way to vault into the future when energy prices are going to be different.
Any other questions for our guests? Do you have any questions of us, gentlemen?
Well, what I would say is, do you have any other topics that are of interest to you?
In the next 13 minutes? Sorry.
Go ahead,
Yeah.
Rachel.
Oh, no, Jack has hand up first.
Well, I know the forest took some heat about the no camping during the Pro Cycle Challenge, but from
From what I understand about the sensitivity of the land at the top of the, in particular about the top of the pass, I support your decision. And I know there's been talk in the newspaper about maybe finding a way to create camping. Certainly it's okay to have the talk, but I don't see how we can go backwards on the values and sensitivity about the resource. So I just wanted to publicly say that though I understand how much fun it would have been, I support the forest and their decision. You all's decision.
In the 3 years I've been here, obviously, it's, in both our positions, we take some heat, and we understand that's part of the job, not unlike yours. The description in one of the papers that it was the boneheaded decision of the whole race is probably the most offended I've been, and I don't take things personally. I can't. I'll go crazy if I do. But that one really bugged me because it displayed an unbelievable amount of ignorance about ecological function at alpine levels. We do this, a couple. How many more years do we know it's going to be here? At least 3 more.
We don't know.
No, we don't.
It's year to year.
So it's year.
We have to reapply for next year.
Depends on whether there's camping or not on top of that.
But the goal is to have this reoccurring, and all of us that have worked in natural resources know that once you start that process, the soil is 1/8 of an inch deep up there. You don't fix that. There are trails from animals and Native Americans that have been around thousands of years that aren't being used anymore because that's just the way it is. So it was the right decision. And I mentioned this to Mick a little bit. I said, now we all get, and there is no greater thing. And I didn't understand much about biking. Still don't. I still don't understand why you put yourself through what they do. But certainly when you saw the pictures of up on those passes with the people, it was just incredible. The views were just amazing, and the people having fun and dressed oddly. So let's work together, short of allowing camping, let's work together to have people up there. And I think we came out late to said no camping late, and no camping we could have been much more proactive about that and say, hey, we're not allowing overnight camping, but the party's on for during the day, or we're going to have things up there, and there'll be bathrooms brought up and things like that. We can do a much better job of getting the crowds that I think are important, because the crowds are not important at night. The crowds are important during the day for the pictures. So,
but it's important to focus on the fact that there was camping. Maybe not
In different places.
but there was camping on the pass, and I don't know if that word got out so much, because the other of no camping just basically to some just said, hey, there are no opportunities unless you explored a little bit.
Didn't we have vacancy?
Yeah, we were not full in the camping, and when Scott says we're late in the game, we let folks know early on when we first started planning what our intent was as far as the top camping went. I think where we can have a little richer partnership is to let folks know kind of what is more explicitly from our end, let folks know what's available, because we weren't full of in the camping areas. We get a whole lot of real positive feedback from the folks up at the top that said, we understand that you're not allowing camping, we're disappointed in that, and we're having a terrific time. So I think that can work out, and we'll be a little bit more upfront, proactive. I think on the letting folks know where camping is available, how much. And part of the dilemma is we have concessionaires and whatnot we have obligations to. We only have so many places that we have available for the reservation system, and maybe we can work on that the next year to give some surety to folks coming from out of town, that they have no place to stay as opposed to the first come first serve. We'll work on that.
Yes, Rich.
What was the kind of cleanup like afterwards, or what were the conditions on the larger Forest Service as opposed to just the top?
Yeah, folks were extremely respectful. I think that the positioning of the restroom facilities and whatnot, and there are quite a few people up there, city, county, our folks, cleaning up as we went. So I think overall it was extremely successful from that regard and from a resource damage perspective. We projected there might be as many as 4 times as many people up there. That didn't happen to take place. That was our biggest resource concern for a lot of the same reasons, and the resource damage that could fall off of that. So I think again, the cooperation between the entities involved was superb, and I think it showed in the outcome. We had very little cleanup to do.
No matter how much grief you got, you didn't get nearly as much as down in Mesa County, the monument, who kind of turned it down again. So,
well, we're fortunate. The Park Service has different legislation that and authorizations, and I'm delighted to do this stuff. Sometimes it's a little overwhelming in these communities between here and Summit County, but it's fun to be part of it. I was very grateful how we became part of, whether it was award ceremonies and all across speaking and exposure, and we get a chance to brand the national forests and let people know they're open for business. And this grand experiment of public land this is another indication that 100 and some years ago those folks had it figured out, that there's this concept of lands in the public trust that we get an opportunity to work with, and to do everything from ski areas to wildlife protection to wilderness to, who would have thunk, mountain or world-class races, and so we'll continue to be part of it and adapt as we go, but I'm hopeful that Aspen and the other places on the forest get selected, however that works.
Any other questions? Okay. Well, gentlemen, thank you very much.
Oh, thank you as always. Always a pleasure to be here.
Thank you for taking care of our public land.
You bet. It is our honor. Thanks, Mike.
So, board, do we want to adjourn for lunch?
sounds like a plan.
Back here at 1 o'clock. Thank you, Grassroots. welcome. This is the BOCC work session for the 11th of September 2012. It's about 1 o'clock, and the item we have on our agenda is a report from our financial advisory board. Are there any members of the advisory board here? Did John just step out?
He was just going to call.
Wow, our presenter just stepped out to check on the financial advisory.
Well, we'll skip this meeting and we'll just go on to the next item then, so.
Could one of you go out and grab John?
No, I'm just kidding. I know this.
No, actually, that is John's plan since he's got the next item.
Oh, okay.
Is to start with that.
Okay, with
the quarterly budget update.
Okay.
He was outside, right here.
I'll go there. I'll come.
No, it's kind of coming.
There he is.
We're not on air, are we?
Yes, we're definitely on air, John. It's a source of some embarrassment that we're not ready to go at 1 o'clock, so.
Well, we've had some somewhat startling news.
Somewhat?
Somewhat startling news, which I don't particularly want to
Discuss here.
discuss. It has to do with an employee and their health. But let's talk about the budget.
Okay, we're going to talk about the budget and not the financial advisory board.
Yes, because nobody from the financial advisory board has shown up.
Okay. The budget sounds good.
Okay, and Connie will be here in just a minute. We're looking at, in the past, we've always looked at quarter to quarter. This year, what we're trying to do is just space it out a little bit more. In this particular report, we go through June for sales tax, but it's, as far as the expenditures and other revenues, we come a little bit deeper past that. And as the year looks, we've had just a couple of hiccups as far as when we look at the revenue sheet here. We've had some adjustments to property taxes through abatements. Sales tax is up for 6 months to date. And as you recall, 50% this year of the sales tax comes into general fund operations. The other 50% goes into the capital fund. So we're showing $151,000 projected increase, but the reality is you double that for the general fund because of the fact that it's split. Now, the other major change that we've seen is a reduction in treasurer's fees by $291,000. Tom, do you want to address the calculation of that?
Sure. Hi, Todd Elkin, County Treasurer. The decrease in treasurer's fees that's projected for this year is actually the result of our assessed valuation dropping by 25% this year for property tax collection, based on that this year. And basically how that impacted us is you'll recall that some districts, such as CMC, our own open space fund, the hospital operating fund, a portion of several fire district taxes, those levies are all fixed at a certain level. So when valuation went up by 30%, they got 30% more revenue. But for this year, valuation went down by 25%, and those districts are receiving 25% less revenue. Treasurer's fees are calculated as a percentage of the property tax revenue that we collect. It's basically our reimbursement for the effort of levying and collecting property tax for all the districts. So with a 25% reduction in valuation hitting those fixed levies, we actually are experiencing a 12% reduction in treasurer's fees. And that is the reason for the reduction in there. The original budget had been based on prior year's collections, which were higher. So that's what's coming out now.
So overall, the projected variance for general fund revenues is pretty flat. Other than we could probably get a little bit of a bounce in the cap fund. So, any questions about revenue?
Yes, George.
John, I thought that when we look at revenues, we have property tax, which makes up about 33% of our total revenue, and then you have sales tax, which makes up about 16% of our total revenue. I seem to recall when we did those pie charts last year that sales tax revenues actually was a higher percentage with 16.
Yeah, you're correct. And if you look down below, because it's split 50-50 between the operating fund and the capital fund, that's where the other half is. It's actually 32%.
Well, because there, when it shows sales tax at 91% for under the capital fund revenues.
Yeah, the capital fund is funded mainly through the sales tax. That's why the percentage is high. But if you were to move that half back up into the general fund, the percentage would be the 32%.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. If there's no more questions about revenues, Connie, would you like to talk about the
Sure.
expense side?
On the expenditure side, we are seeing savings in labor. There have been a number of departments that have had open positions, sometimes for a month, sometimes longer. And with a little bit of health insurance savings, vacancies, there's about $172,000 in labor savings projected at this point of the year. And general expenditures, we have about $103,000 savings in different areas. We think that by the time we get to the end of the year, this number will increase. Departments are not always willing to project big savings at this point of the year, but usually some materialize by the time we get to December. Projects, there is $125,000 that was budgeted for wildfire mitigation, and thankfully we've been receiving rain, and it doesn't look like we're going to need to use that this year, so that will be savings. The other item that is a shortfall is $190,000 in the cost centers. And there was an explanation of this in the agenda item summary. Would you like me to explain that one a little further?
I see some nods, Connie.
Okay. This is an admin fee that the general fund charges out to other special revenue funds, to the airport, to the landfill, the translator. We take our admin fees, finance, human resources, the manager's office, the attorney's office, and through a process which is called the cost allocation plan, we come up with costs and percentages of costs that are approved by the Office of Management and Budget A87 plan, so that we could receive federal reimbursements. It's an approved plan. And we charge out these overhead expenditures to the other funds. So on the general fund side, we have revenue coming in from the other funds. It's on our expenditure worksheet because we book it as a contra to our expenditures. And these different departments that allocate out their expenses have seen savings. That means that the other special revenue funds are paying less and the general fund is receiving less. And so compared to what we budgeted, it's about $190,000 less coming back into the general fund to cover the costs of these departments. Is that clear? Not so much?
Yes, Rachel?
It's a fair explanation, but I guess I'm kind of wondering why the admin cost really went down. A little more specificity. It really somebody changed from department to department, so you don't have to go through each one. But again, why were there less use of legal or less use of manager's office? Or
It's not so much a matter of less use, although that does vary from year to year. We have many different allocation methods to very accurately track how much of different pieces of services are being used by different funds. So there is some aspect of whether open space uses a lot of the attorney's time one year or less another year, for example. But there are also cost savings. For example, in the finance department, we have one position that we have not filled and don't plan to fill.
so you bill out less.
So we're billing out less. And in human resources, in the prior year, they had a good amount of savings in both organizational training and media advertising, for example. So when you start to see savings in all of the different departments that are billing out, then the overall amount that you're billing out is less.
Thank you.
Okay. Jerry? Would you help me with an acronym, OMB Circular 887?
It's the Office of Management and Budget. And this is the set of rules and guidelines that if you follow that, these expenditures, when you follow these rules, would be, you could submit them for federal reimbursement if you have a grant, or in our social services program, we do charge human services this admin fee, and the federal government reimburses us 33% because it is under an approved plan through the Office of Management and Budget.
Okay. Interesting. You haven't gone to capital fund yet, right?
No.
Okay, so I'll hold my question.
But that's next, so go ahead. You could go ahead and ask if you'd like.
Well, engineering department anticipating $290,000 in savings from road paving projects. Okay, so we had a budget line item for road in our 2012. And we're at the point already where they can project to the end of the paving season, quote unquote. Like we just understood there was $33,000 saved on a certain project, so he's totaled.
And Jack, that's going to be moving, but that's based on where we're at on bids and burn through on our contracts right now, and so that we're going to be re-estimating those throughout the year, but that's our best guess based right now on the bids that we have, the scope of contracts that we're executing, and assumptions about how those projects are going to go. And so, those numbers are going to change potentially quarter to quarter, but as we get farther along in the year, that number is going to be better and better.
Especially when paving is over, but this update is meant to be a snapshot. Nothing's in stone.
Right.
That's right. And there are a lot of savings on the Brush Creek paving. That was one of the first projects that they did, and they already have an idea of how the final costs are coming in. So there are savings.
Well, we can still have a surprise out there.
Yes, Rob? Just some of the things that popped out a little bit on the overages, the facility maintenance, the clerk's office, I don't know if that's an election year thing, the Public Works admin, I know we've been doing a lot of extra road construction. Those all kind of came in as overage, as well as a small overage on the BOCC as well.
For facilities maintenance, a good part of that is because they hired a project manager, and which was a shifting of positions between translator responsibilities and facilities.
Is that Jack? Or?
Yes, that's right. And so there are most likely equivalent savings, if not more, on the capital side in the facilities projects, but the facilities department does get hit with an overage because of it.
Clerk's office?
Let's see. Clerk's office.
Is that the remodel?
No, it's not, but I'll have to look that up. Oh, I know what that is. We've changed the way that we are handling office supplies. And the clerk, with their different processes, uses a certain amount of postage, and office supplies, which used to go through a cost center, now have been passed up to departments. What we will probably do at the end of the year is take the budget that we had set aside for that, which is in one area at the moment, and allocate it out to departments, so the different departments will not be over. This is just the snapshot of where it lies at the moment, though. So there are still some adjustments that need to take place.
Public Works admin?
Public Works admin, there was a position reclassification. Melissa's been taking on a lot more work. She's handling some very large grants, land management areas, and so there was a reclassification in her position.
And that was a result of a reorganization where we eliminated several positions and really created quite a bit of savings.
And the last two are kind of under, boards. One is planning and zoning, and one is BOCC. So how do we run overages in those departments?
With the BOCC, there were some of the payments to, I believe, the Northwest COG, a couple of the other entities that came in slightly higher than what was budgeted.
Okay.
But there are also savings in some
Membership
other,
fees, that sort of
but
thing.
there are also some savings in a couple other lines, and so you balance it all out, and looks like it'll come up a little bit short.
Planning and zoning, is that regarding the Planning and Zoning Commission, or is that something within, is that line item? It's under community development. I mean, that's a lot of lunches.
No, it's not.
I know, I'm joking.
They don't think we could joke about lunches.
There are no P&Z lunches.
I'm not sure at the moment.
I'm just curious what kind of goes under that line item.
Yeah, some of these numbers under general expenses are made up of quite a number of different lines. And it could be contracts, it could be supplies. There are so many different items underneath it, and that one I don't remember offhand.
In addition, this is kind of a worst-case view.
Yeah.
That people are very conservative about projecting savings right now.
Yeah.
They have a tendency to hang on to it until it's almost over, and then they say, oh yeah, I do have savings. So we're anticipating a lot of this stuff taking care of itself.
Yes, John?
Oh, you finished? I apologize. Okay. I find it a little funny about the BOCC, and you used the example of COG. Usually those organizations submit their budget for the next year earlier, and I thought we had incorporated that. Is there a discrepancy in what we're getting?
I'm not sure. I would need to talk to Susan about that. And there could be a timing difference, yes.
Yeah, I think our, at CCI, the travel budget has gone up because there was an adjustment and then a cap at $5,000. I think we were less the previous year. I'd have to look. But I was just wondering, for budget then, these organizations, we ought to clearly request that they give us their bottom line for dues, assessments, whichever you call them, before we do budget. Not that this is a large number, but it could get out of hand,
And if I could, I at this point in the year and doing the budget updates, even though we've broken it out individually so you can see, I focus more on the bottom line and see where we come out in the individual departments, because as John and Connie have pointed out, these are estimates at this point, so they're not necessarily actual numbers. And I think what we're trying to do is just track to see, bottom line, are we on a reasonable track to make or exceed budget? And bottom line, on both the operating and capital side, we're doing better than budget. We're doing better than expected. And so I think you're going to see a lot of these tighten back down as we get to the end of the year, and also make adjustments for the restructuring, both of how we're accounting for things like cost centers and, as we've been making changes in the organization. It's a remarkably complicated set of variables and lines that we're tracking. And so, at this point in the year, I wouldn't get too concerned about some variation line by line. I would be very concerned if bottom line our projections were going to remain negative.
Any further presentation?
Yes, as far as the fund balance sheets go, I think this is the fund balance sheet that you're used to seeing. And as you'll recall, we've split the general fund balance into two parts, the operations and the capital fund. And I think that what Connie has done for this reporting period is split those into those two areas. Do we have any questions, or would you like us to walk through that?
Just last. Okay, so we have a budgeted favorable variance, under that line item, $350,000. I have to say, I didn't think of getting my calculator. How did we get there on projections?
The favorable variance was included in the 2012 budget. We include that in the budget because we know that there are always some vacancies, there are always some savings. It's roughly 1.75% of the general fund expenditures. And we know from experience that by the end of the year, you have a couple percentages that shake out in the way of savings. So we've budgeted in that we expect that we will have that much of savings.
Yeah,
We're not up to that point yet.
No, when I think of the budget and the format, and that's usually at the bottom of the page.
Right.
Yeah, now I'm remembering.
And the way to think about that is not, we do it on the expenditure side, but at the end of the day, it should really be net of revenues and expenditures. And what typically happens is we get a little bit more in revenues, a little bit less in expenditures, and that's usually somewhere in the 2 to 3% range. And so we're kind of calculating that on about 1.75% now. So, we'll probably have some more positive variance, but it's this is the way we try and account for that overall.
All right. Any questions?
Okay,
Thank you.
that's it. Thank you, John. Thank you, Donnie. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
John, I saw that we have a couple of FAB.
You do.
Are we going to now continue to the FAB?
Yes, absolutely. Come on up. Okay. I'm joined here by Karen Subert and Lex Teruinas, two FAB members. The purpose of today's meeting is for an update. This is the second meeting between the board and the Financial Advisory Board. Again, just to update what we talked to you about previously, that being the financial projections for next year's budget. We actually have had some adjustments to what we presented last time. We've seen a drop in the CPI, which affects the property tax projection on a going out basis. And we've also made some adjustments to interest rates and to sales tax projections. So I think
the CPI correction, the change over a 5-year period in terms of what our revenue projection was has dropped by roughly $86,000. So, as you recall, it's a combination of inflation and growth. We're not seeing any construction growth change, but we are seeing a drop in the inflation rate. Any questions about that?
George? Just a general question. So the FAB recommendations are going to be used for the 2013 budget process?
That's correct. So what you will see in the first part of next month in our 2013 budget projections, this is the final numbers that we will use. Over the last few years, we've consistently over-budgeted on interest and investment income. It appears that through at least what the Fed is telling us through 2015, interest rates are going to be kept as low as can be. And so accordingly, we have dropped that. And we keep saying that it's not going to get any lower, but it seems to be getting lower. It was well over $1 million. This year, the projection is, this 2012 is approximately $130,000 or $140,000. So it's down 80 to 90%. Tom, do you have anything to add to?
No, not really. But when we are forecasting for next year's budget, we're also forecasting for the 5-year plan. So we extend our forecast out through 2017. And the only interest rate forecast we could find that goes out that far is from the U.S. Congressional Budget Office. And they forecast the interest rate for 91-day U.S. Treasury bills. And that's what's listed on here. And our investment earning forecast is just built on top of that Treasury bill forecast. We assume we'll earn 0.4% over the U.S. Treasury rate, which is pretty much forecast to be 0.1%, 0.2%, pretty low. So that's where our forecast comes from.
Yes, Jack.
So why do we project 0.4 over?
Because we invest in instruments other than the U.S. Treasury is the safest and lowest rate, basically, and because we invest in slightly less safe securities that bear a higher interest rate and also longer term than 3 months. So both of those factors give you a little bump in the interest rate you can earn.
Yes. So over time, is that what it's basically averaged out, is that 0.4? Because somehow, for years, we seem to miss every target on budget. And I don't know if we need to adjust that or something. I mean, you all certainly understand the instruments that you invest in to get that return, but our projections are still off. Since about 08.
What we missed on was the level of interest rates, primarily. Although we did used to earn a higher percentage over the 91-day T-bill rate, and that was because we had a very favorable situation with our bank where they were paying us 0.5% over the 91-day T-bill rate on our bank deposits. We no longer have that deal, and so we used to earn more than 0.4 point over the 91-day bill rate.
But the forecast does represent an average.
Pretty much where we are now, yeah, over the last couple of years.
Maybe we should use a new average like this year.
is this year's forecast.
Yeah, well,
It's, we've tried to lower it, obviously, within, next year, and in the out years, we've dropped considerably too. And overall, at least in the 2013 year, it's substantially under, the entire amount is substantially under 1% of our total revenue. So it's not a huge number.
John, do you?
Yeah, and it's typically been offset. Again, I encourage you to go to the bottom line too, because, while we definitely have missed on the, as have most, I think, on that interest income and such, it's been offset by increases elsewhere, and so it's really the whole pool that we need to be looking at. And overall, we've tended to be projecting conservatively where we've had more revenues bottom line than what we've been projecting. And sometimes that's, we may have gone too high on interest revenues but too low on sales tax revenues and those sorts of things. And so we are trying to tighten those up, but bottom line, we certainly haven't come in under projections on the revenue side.
yes. Yeah, but I would suggest, though, if it wasn't for the increases in sales tax, it's basically the bump that we have up. So I understand that, and I understand the whole picture, but we also look at these incrementally, and each one is important in and of itself. And so I've been arguing in a nice way, meaning, make my comments for lower on that item. And of course, my history here, and my getting to be 12 years, is always conservative. I'd rather make a mistake on the conservative side than and I understand what that means to operations, so, I take that responsibility. But, it just, making something of this, meaning my 400 words here, because every time we have a report, we miss. So this one, we ought to be really conservative on. At the end of the day, yeah, okay, it's only a piece, but if we didn't have this really nice bump in sales tax, it would be more meaningful. That's, I guess, my bottom line.
Do you have a figure in mind, Jack?
Well, golly, I understand all the work here, but for example, our forecast, 5%, 6%, 7%, to me those, now I'm talking about investment earnings, is that not what we're talking about here?
Yeah, those are
0.5%.
tenths of a percent, though. Half.
I know. Well, okay, I should have said 0.5, and that's certainly what I meant, because I can also read at my age. But, so yeah, 0.5%, and then it starts escalating to absurdity on the out years. To me, absurdity is 2.2, 3.5. Now, is that how we operate our budget 5 years ahead? No. But that does project the balancing of a budget over that 5-year term. So I mostly agree with everything here, but not here. I just can't buy it. And I certainly am willing to listen to more, but my individual feedback is I disagree on especially the out years. But I can't see the 0.5% either. Well, from nothing to what we get is 4%, because I consider the T-bill nothing. And I understand how we just jumped, to the 4% average historic. But that historic average has not gotten us here also, meaning every quarter, every budget, we're less than projected. So I would caution us and leave it at that on this item.
How was the budget accuracy on this item in 05, 06, 07? You had more.
Well, in terms of actual dollars, I think this year we're Where are we off by 60,000? Is it
50.
50? So we're off by about 50,000. I'm thinking previous years, probably 50 to 70,000. So, I mean, we could cut. I mean, we know the immediate is can't go down that much more. No.
I know, but I guess I'd project it for, Michael asked me, so 0.4, because that's what the average shows. But to me, the average doesn't give us a picture. How far back is your average going? 2000s, all of it, or 3 years? And honestly, you all would have to answer that.
It's actually this year.
Just this year.
Just this year.
So, and that's with all our laddering and...
Oh, Rob? Couple things to point out here regarding this, and I think this is a good conversation, Jack, because I agree with you. Taking the conservative approach is what allows us to get to that $350,000 of favorable budget variance, because it helps on the revenue side and helps on the expenditure side as well. But our interest income projected budget for 2012 at $188,000 is 1%, or probably just under 1% of our total budget, to give it some significance here of what we're talking about. I'd also point out another aspect to this, which is we have supplementally increased our budget this year by the amount of $4,500,000 in road projects out of our capital budget, which is money that could be earning 0.5% out there in this interest market, which is instead earning a lot more in savings over the next 10 years, which actually the calculations that we've had through our roads department is that money will pay for itself having spent it this year versus having it in the bank. And that's the way I look at that, the numbers in the next 3 years, 2012, 2013, 14, and 15. So from now and 3.5 years going forward at a 0.7 is the highest 3 years out of where that money is actually earning anything for us. So we look at funds like $11 million in our housing fund, and it's just sitting there and we're not using it for something. That's the type of way I would use that projection. Obviously, we have to use it for the revenue side and how that works into our total budget. But the revenue of the interest on this is less than 1% of our total revenue for the county. So it kind of puts it a little bit in perspective. And certainly in an election year, that might change things a lot in terms of how our national economy affects interest rates moving forward, depending on the outcome of the election.
I would maybe just say, back in defense of staff on this is an unprecedented period in interest rate policy, and Pickens County is not the only people that got this wrong. Bill Gross, the world's most famous bond manager, called the exact opposite on this, and so it's that's the situation. I mean, the Federal Reserve is implementing all kinds of voodoo to keep rates at this level and drive them even lower. So I think it's something to consider. I hear what you're saying about you could essentially budget zero from here to 2015 if you really wanted to be conservative. I think the thought out there in the investment community, though, is that there is going to be a spike, and we're going to see some upward trending in rates in the intermediate term, though. So those are just a few thoughts.
Great. And yes, Rachel?
Well, listening to the whole dialogue and again, knowing the magnitude of the significance in the long-range plan is somewhat minor. If we wanted to make the out years of 2016 just a flat 2% projection and 2017 a flat 3%, I'm okay with that, because there'd be plenty of time in future budgets to bring that up if we're starting to see that dam break and things change. But if that would give you a little more comfort, Jack, I can see again changing that 2016 down to 2% and 2017 down to 3%.
I don't think it's really significant, so I don't think we need to change anything.
Does anyone else feel like we should or shouldn't? I say yeah.
I think we should. I haven't decided the numbers. Thankfully, I appreciate you throwing them out, but 1% of $18 million or 20, whatever our general fund is a number that counts. And hey, we all wish the environment was better. So, Michael, may I?
Sure.
So, staff, how did we jump to 2.2, 3.5 in the very out years of 16, 17? Because that's what Rachel has, just introduced for the point of conversation.
That's totally based off of the Congressional Budget Office forecast. And they just revised their forecast on August 22nd. So they're taking into account current conditions. Interestingly, their forecast, they say, their baseline forecast here, is also based on current law, they say, which means substantial income tax rate increase next year, as well as the implementation of the substantial cuts in federal spending. So for next year, the Congressional Budget Office base forecast is for a short-term recession, actually, which, would further depress interest rates. So I think based on that, they're pretty much on the low end of interest rate forecast. And in the we have a short-term forecast from the Livingston survey that was done in June. That's a survey of a bunch of professional economists, and notoriously they're always wrong on interest rates, but they had forecast for next year a 0.4% rate for the Treasury bill versus the Congressional Budget Office forecast of 0.1%. So, the CBO forecast is influenced by their forecast of a recession next year.
So can I ask a question on that,
Yes.
Tom? So following that line of thought, you used the Congressional Budget Office baseline forecast of 0.1%, the Livingston survey 0.4, so you got an average of 0.2 using those two baseline forecasts, but then we still show our forecast at above that at 0.5.
That's because I discounted the Livingston and didn't go with the average of those 2 years. I took the CBO estimate 0.1 and added 0.4 to that.
Oh, I see.
So staying low, because 0.4 seems it sounds really low, but it seems unrealistically high as well in the current environment.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, we don't have a consensus on our forecast. I quite frankly think it's a forecast, and I've heard, ranging from Washington D.C. to this table, different forecasts. That's just what we have to accept, I think. So, yes, Jack?
So another question, another part. Under CPIU, indicates U.S. Travel Association, they're talking, everyone can read, but just for 2013 is 2.2%.
Then down here, under sales tax, under item 5, sales tax retail sales, it says Travel Association. I'm assuming that's, again, the same U.S. Travel Association. They have 4% for 2013. Someone explain the difference of what the figures up here mean, which is inflation we're talking about.
What is?
And well, I think I might have just answered my own question. Inflation versus sales tax revenues.
That second one is really probably a combination, Jack, of the inflation, so it costs more plus increased volume.
Yeah, no, my brain didn't catch up, but my mouth didn't catch up with my brain, so sorry about that.
Yeah, the forecast down below is actually of the percentage increase in travel expenditures throughout the U.S. for next year. So they're projecting a 4% increase in all travel expenditures. They break it down between international visitors and U.S. residents. And their forecasts and have different percentages for each, and then come up with some combination overall.
Yeah, it's, for me at least, understanding where the money's at in a layman's understanding. I can agree, travel has remained very strong, unfortunately for us. The guy that lives in Detroit isn't traveling probably, who worked at the factory. But the guy who lives in Palm Beach County, where I grew up, and is a retiree, is certainly traveling, so.
Rachel?
Yeah, because I'm certainly more interested in the sales tax projection. That's more significant to our 5-year plan than the interest earnings. I'm kind of wondering, Tom or the board, was there information available about the forecast that the city is making or Snowmass Village on these numbers, and how do they line up?
From the last discussion that I had, I believe the city is at 4% for next year for sales tax.
Okay, so we're under that.
We're still
by
under
an 8.
that.
Okay.
The Snowmass Village, we don't know.
Yeah, if we're segueing into the sales tax forecast, basically what we tried to do this year was, make a better forecast, less conservative forecast than we have in the past couple of years. But it still is probably slightly conservative. And what we recognized was that our past forecasts were probably overly influenced by the general U.S. economy and how slowly it was growing. And so we had very low forecasts, even a 0 forecast for this year, I believe, for last year. Actually, since 2009, in which we experienced the 17% decline, our forecast for 2010 was 3%, and we came in at a 6.4% increase. For 2011, it was a 0 forecast, and we increased 7.5%. This year was 2% increase forecast, and year-to-date, we're up 5.4%. So that's kind of how far we were off. So now we're paying a little more attention to this U.S. Travel Association forecast, and that the travel economy has performed a lot better than the general economy. And the state of Colorado, 2 legislative branches here make forecasts for retail sales growth in the state as well. And so the U.S. travel forecast averaged out over the next 4 years is 4.7% a year. It varies from 4% to 5.4%. Coincidentally, the state forecast, they only go out the next 2 years, but their forecast averages 4.7%. when we were talking with the FAB, we didn't have the historical figures available from these three sources, but I've gone back and looked at them at, I think it was Lex's request, to see how our sales tax tracked with Colorado retail sales and U.S. travel expenditures. And that looks like in 2010, when we were up 6.4%, Colorado retail sales were up 6%, and U.S. travel expenditures were up 6.8%. So we were a little bit under the travel, but ahead of the state. For last year, 2011, we were up 7.5%. The state was up 7.2%, and U.S. travel expenditures were up 8.8%. So again, we were above the state, but under the U.S. So that gives, us a little legitimacy, I think, in looking at some of those forecasts. But how we put together our forecast this time was just a flat 3.5%. Going forward. And that was a combination of a 2% inflation forecast in retail sales pricing and 1.5% real growth. And in the last few years, a significant aspect of our retail economy is actually lodging sales. And so there was price discounting after 2008, 2009 in that sector, but lately the reports are that, lodging prices have been able to sustain some increases. So that would be the inflation component, as well as food and everything else that is sold at retail. And for the real growth, and for our 3.5% being under this 4.7% forecast of everybody else, basically, given our forecast for this year, revised forecast of a 4.7% increase, that brings us within $50,000 of our high year sales tax collection, which was 2008. 2008 was 6.9 million. 4.7% gets us to $6,850,000. So at the end of this year, we're pretty much back to our peak historically, and we view our economy as pretty mature. It doesn't have a lot of room. We aren't adding a huge bed base and tourist base here to grow from. So that's the reason actually for our fairly low growth, real growth forecast of about 1.5%, rather than continuing, at the 6-7% we've seen recently. We've now grown back to where we were and expect to grow slower going forward. But that 3.5%, at least for the next couple of years, might still be quite conservative, given the 4.7% forecast in travel expenditures generally, since we've been tracking that recently. But that's where we came out.
Questions? Yes, Rob?
One of the things, and I kind of always ask this question, but one of the things that's so interesting about the sales tax dollars is how it compounds from year to year. And, when we look at a 7.5% increase in 2011, and then an increase on that increase. And like you said, I think in Aspen, we recover sooner, or in Pickens County, we recover sooner, and we don't the recession doesn't hit as hard here. We kind of have a smaller bump if you look historically. But I think what you also see in that graph of a trend is we get to our peak where we kind of level off before the rest of the country levels off. We saw from my restaurant point of view, we saw big gains through this winter, but they've really leveled off in July and August. We're almost flat from last year in July and August, because I think we've kind of gotten back to what our norm is, and it is going to level off. So when we start saying, 4.7% over that 7.5% last year, and then 3.5% on that, compounding this on that 4.7%, I think it's conservative, but I don't think it's over-conservative, is the statement that I would make. I think we're going to start to see our sales tax revenue leveling off, because we've seen the comeback stronger here in Aspen than some of these national U.S. travel things. I think we've gotten the bump up to that norm where we're going to kind of flatten out a little bit. That's at least my take on things, on how this is compound. I don't think we need to make any changes to this, but I'd be really happy with 3.5% growth over the next 5 years.
Yeah, just a point of reference, you said, we typically aren't hit as hard by a recession, and actually the numbers looking back at 2009 here, when we were down 17.4% in our sales tax collections, the state was off 11.1%, and U.S. travel expenditures were down 9.4%. So we took a bigger hit than the state or the travel industry as a whole in that year. But we've now forecast to come, to have recovered pretty much by the end of this year.
Yes,
and that 4.7 for this year is, a much more reliable forecast, because we're more than halfway through the year in terms of our collections, much more, and we're up 5.4% so far. So we're forecasting that will slip a little bit down to 4.7 for the year as a whole.
And just a quick question on, again, I ask this question every time, how we compound this when we get into our budget season, looking at our 5-year budget, in terms of the 4.7, well, that's 2012, so the next year, when we look at our budget for 3.5, that's going to be based on what our projections are for this year, not what our actuals are for this year.
Right.
So we may be, our projections for this year are lower than what our actuals for this year are. So that 3.5 is not compounded on the increase that we've seen above what we've projected for this year.
It'll actually be discounted.
It'll be discounted. That's what I'm saying. Exactly.
But it's based on our revised projection. So it's 4.7% over last year actual, plus 3.5% for next year. That's what the forecast will be.
Rachel?
Given the full dialogue that we've had, it just makes me want to thank you guys more for listening to the same conversation twice, I'm sure, among yourselves and your own board members and coming around to this. But I'm satisfied with the sales tax projections as they are here, and hope for the best. And note that, we really didn't have the best snow year last year, and still came through pretty strongly. And, that's going to be the big determinant on next year's projections as well.
Well, people couldn't ski, so they had a lot of chance to shop and go to dinner.
Michael? Yes, it's close to 2 o'clock, so we need to wrap this up.
Yeah, I support the 3.5, and actually I'm appreciative that we're conservative, because the tendency could be, well, look how we have made a few leaps, as it were, over budget. And in fact, although things are good from a couple years, again, and I'd agree with that term, compounding. Remember, this is 3.5% added this year, then this year, then this year, and we've got to sustain it. So I am comfortable, and I certainly would support our projections on sales tax moving forward.
Okay, it's 2 o'clock, a little past 2 o'clock, so thank you. Financial Advisory Board, thank you for participating, we appreciate it. John, thank you. Tom, thank you very much. We'll move on to our prep for our annual meeting.
Thanks, you guys, board members, appreciate it. Karen, thanks for coming back on. These are saved.
So, John, what exactly is our prep for the, why do we have a half hour for it?
So you could take a longer break.
Or just
No, we actually have 2 items. What we had not done is set aside time to see if there are other items that the board wanted us to prepare for when we go over to visit with your counterparts in Lake County. We have 2 items really both centered on Independence Pass, which of course is the border we share with Lake County. We have the sloughing issues on the east side in a few areas, and I think really the discussion there is about how can we interact with the state or ensure the safety and ongoing safe passage over Independence Pass on both sides. And then, of course, we've had the issue that was raised when CDOT was in front of us about the number of semis that have been going over or trying to go over Independence Pass and not quite making it because of the difficulty of that road. And that probably has as much to do with GIS technologies as maybe even more so than poor judgment. But are there some things that we want to do jointly as 2 entities to either talk to the state about enforcement or working with Truckers Association to ensure they're getting word out to their members and such. Those were 2 items that the board had discussed at previous meetings during different discussions that we captured. We wanted to see if there were some other items of interest that the board would like us to be prepared for or be thinking about for a meeting with Lake County.
Board? Yes, George?
The other item still involves Independence Pass would be a pro-cycle race debrief and see how it worked on their end and just have a brief discussion on that as we go forward. That may be good information because the following week I think we have a debrief with Leslie.
Yeah, Nancy's going to
Nancy coming, so it may be good information to pass on to her as well.
Okay. Any other items? Yes, Rachel?
I don't know the specifics of this, but it might be worth kind of checking in with Nan on the child welfare. I know not at this meeting, but the child welfare allocations and the changes that have been happening at the state level to see if there's kind of common cause in that. And then I don't know if it would be timely or not, but those PUC hearings related to the broadband support and things like that. But I'm just trying to think of what affects us as rural areas and service areas.
Any other items?
There's always water with Lake County, but I'm not sure if, maybe an update on that, is it BOCC Creek, that the new reservoir that Aurora is planning over there.
Did Lake County hire a county manager?
Not that I'm aware
I know they
of.
were
Usually
thinking
we
about
get a notice of those things through our association. And
I remember when we met with them last year, they were in discussion about the idea about hiring a county manager.
Yeah, there's been nothing that's come through our association so far.
Anything else? So we used 5 minutes of our half-hour allotted time. What should we do now? We can't really move on to memos of interest, so...
We could do a few open there is one more item on this memo, which was we did at the Aspen Valley Hospital. I think, as I told you, though, they canceled that. They're now looking at December 10th, so we have more time to plan for that meeting. I use 30 more seconds, Michael.
Okay, good, thank you.
We could hit some open discussion items, potentially, and take care of those, and Michael, if you
Okay, that's
want
fine.
a break after
Open
that.
discussion, we'll go with that.
Okay. First thing I want to make you aware of is we are getting ready to do some repairs to our electrical system for Elephant Mountain, and the first phase is actually going to be on Aloha Meadows. This is being done somewhat on an emergency basis. It's the transformer and wire that serves the translator towers up on Elephant Mountain. They've been in service since the 60s, and as we've been completing our surveys of facilities and improvements and such, we discovered that one, there were some issues with the cabling, bare wire and such, which we have done a temporary fix on over 4,500 feet of that cable. But also the transformer currently is sitting on the ground, and there is some voltage emanating past the transformer. We've fenced it so that public can't get to it, but we are going to be doing a repair. We're trying to get it scheduled for this week to get a new transformer and get it up off the ground so that there's no danger of any electrical shock to anyone who would be going into Aloha Meadows. So we're going to try and get that done actually before this weekend, because we do have a tour going through there. We do have dollars already appropriated, so we shouldn't need to come back to you for a budget supplemental. But it's going to be rather large. It's about a $45,000 project to get this first phase of the transformer replaced, lifted, and new cable trenched and buried to the base of the mountain. So,
Rachel?
Needs to be done, needs to be done, and I know we do have budget within the translator fund. I just would like to make sure we do some outreach and notify the Crystal Valley Caucus of what and why, and then they can distribute it through their email system. And I think that, perhaps concurrent or going along with that is I'd like to make sure that the restoration work for any trenching and how are we handling the environmental concerns in that area are, addressed up front.
yeah, and we're working closely with Open Space and Trails on that, and we also are that's one of our deadlines, is to get out before mid-October, because then you have bighorn sheep starting to come into the area.
What's interesting is that we had an update on our translator system and the condition of those existing sites that they were in, but it didn't include the power supply, and the condition of that. That seems to me an oversight that we shouldn't have had. We should know those guys, because we had that report on existing conditions a number of years ago, actually. And so, this comes as a surprise. It really shouldn't come as a surprise. We should know more about our assets.
I think this is where some of the reorganizing that we've done recently has been good, because the translator system was partly about managing radio frequencies,
right,
which was the focus, but it's also largely about managing facilities. And so we have most of our expertise centered on the radio frequency side, not on the facility side. So as we've reorganized, we've put that translator more into a facilities maintenance, and so all of these facilities got looked at again as part, we had just done the inventory of our facilities. We decided to add the translator sites onto that as we were doing our 10-year capital plan. So we just did a whole nother walkthrough, and that is when we discovered these. And I think it is a matter, Michael, maybe we've got the right skills in the right place now that's taking a look at these. And while we looked at the radio equipment, and I think the radio equipment is still serviceable and in good shape, the facility side wasn't paid as much attention to. And so we're taking care of that now.
Okay, good. Yes, Rachel?
Yeah, kind of small follow-up on that. And that is a question of the capacity of the transformer that we will be replacing and lifting. I don't know if it's premature to know if we'll be needing more power than in the past because of some of the broadband efforts or not. Is there any way to, look at that without creating way over capacity, but just to kind of make sure we're looking at future needs? And of course, the one that comes to mind is where we were able to sell frequencies and radio stations and multiple use on the towers. So I just want to make sure we're looking at it from 360 and getting the capacity in there we'll need in the future.
I can't answer that right now. We can take a look.
Yeah, and I think that's just a sort of, what are the anticipated needs? And let's not assume that we replace the same things everywhere. There's been growth throughout the county, and so why wouldn't there be growth in our facilities or power requirements for our facilities? Anything else in open discussion?
Yeah, Rachel had asked us to print out a letter on water issues. Rachel, do you want to?
Actually, it's not water as much as it's oil and gas.
Right.
And I went home at lunch and mentioned that I would give you guys all a copy. And I got a clarification. They're really asking for commissioners to look at this over and consider signing on as individuals as opposed to formal board action. It is coming from QQ, which is why you probably thought water. But it's about supporting or potentially supporting the town of Lakewood, or excuse me, Longmont, in its lawsuit with the state of Colorado related to their oil and gas moratorium and wanting to ban drilling within city limits and things like that. So, I guess it's a little bit of a false call. It's really for everyone to look over themselves and then make a decision if they'd like to email back and sign on as an individual commissioner. And so not for formal board action.
Thank you, Rachel. Any other open discussion, John?
Yeah. We do have, you've interviewed 2 individuals for the housing board at this point, Trent Palmer and Steve Stunda. And we haven't made an appointment decision yet. I believe we have 1 seat open at this point, an alternate.
We have a county seat open, and also Bobby Berkeley is currently the joint city-county alternate. And we understand that she's interested in a regular appointment, and we have a regular vacancy. So that's kind of an odd one. If there was an alternate county, we would automatically put them into a regular county position, but this is a joint alternate.
Did that make
One more time.
I understand that if we were to move her up to the regular, then we have to coordinate with the city.
A joint
for
alternate.
An alternate.
You did it.
And we could use one of the 2 people that applied for the county seat as an alternate county city alternate. Correct. Okay.
Well, we know Trent is around the course.
But does that city, county, do they have to have residents within the city? So we actually, I don't know if either Steve or Trent reside in the city, so.
I remember Trent saying that he resided in unincorporated Pitkin. I don't know where Steve is.
Yeah.
Doesn't Steve's live in the city?
I do not know where his name is.
It's been too long.
Well, maybe we need to have Charlotte come down with some of the applicant information, and we can have that discussion maybe tomorrow.
I agree with
Or we keep it simple, leave Bobby where she is and just one spot.
Or you could do that, yeah.
But Bobby is an alternate, and what we have as a regular position, and I think it's always better if it works out that we move an alternate up to regular because they've got the experience of serving on board, and as long as there's no controversy about that person, to move them up into that regular position. It's a more of a commitment, and they've already had a feel in terms of what the commitment is, versus bringing someone in completely new and fresh, which would be better off as an alternate position.
So, to try and understand this, if we move Bobby up to the full position, not alternate, it would simply mean asking the city to interview Trent and Steve and make a choice between those two?
Yeah, but Trent wouldn't qualify, because Trent, does not live within the city limits.
And I think we need to double check that. I think if you guys, maybe the first decision, the first question should be, do you want to appoint the alternate Bobby to the regular seat? And if the answer to that is yes, then what we can do is come back to you in open discussion tomorrow with what the requirements are for the joint appointment and which, if any, of our two applicants meet those. And then you could make a recommendation maybe to the city council on that joint appointment.
Last question is, does the city have to weigh in on that in terms of us, ability for us to appoint Bobby to a county regular, since she's serving as an alternate for city and county?
Well, I think you have the ability to make the appointment to the county-only seat. And if Bobby has an interest in that, you can do that, but then that will create a vacancy in the joint seat that you'd have to decide on together.
It sounds like something we should have considered before we started doing these other interviews. I mean, we should have taken care of Bobby's business first, right, to know what we had in terms of positions left.
To interview for?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably something that we need to be listing for you guys, is whether there are existing alternates that you may want to move up.
Okay, well, staff's going to check into that. Residency requirements, so forth and so on.
Yeah, there's only one alternate on the board.
Citizen.
One joint alternate,
Right.
and of course a joint director.
We just got that email.
And you all saw the email from John Ely on the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board resignation. So that's it for me on open discussion.
Board, any open discussion?
Just to follow up on that, the resignation from Healthy Rivers and Stream, I know ideally we try to have those appointments, those seats from each of the different districts if possible. So I forgot what district Steve was serving in as.
We'll have to check. We'll have to get back to you on that.
Or maybe even more importantly, what districts do we have covered now with remaining board members?
Yeah, I thought he was the one that had moved from Aspen down Valley, and that created a change, and now he's leaving, so.
Very complicated, these volunteer boards, very complicated. Any other open discussion? Yes, Jeff?
Yeah, I like, I'm sure all of us are following what's going on with the housing summit. So yesterday there was an article in the paper that talked about a survey that's going to be done shortly in preparation, a survey of the public. And I'm wondering, John, do you have any feedback about this survey? Is it just open-end anybody, or is it based on like voter registration, where we just have more of a scientific survey?
Because not a scientific survey. This is something that city staff is putting together, and Rachel, I know you're hoping to see the questions. We haven't seen them yet either, to be honest with you. My understanding, Jack, is that the city is going to be using their Open City Hall program that they had released about a year ago now. And it provides for some online tools where folks can go on and provide, I think, answer both Likert and kind of open-ended questions, and they get sorted out. And so it's going to be very much kind of a open forum, is my understanding. It is not trying to identify a random sample of a certain population with a specific set of questions that we could say is statistically valid. So it is going to be collecting probably more anecdotal kind of information for the bodies to consider. But we were asked for some input on, for example, the supportive housing kinds of questions. I know Barry had reached out to Nan on that, and Dan and I have not even had a chance to talk about that. So, Phyllis, I don't know if you've heard any more from Barry on...
I haven't.
So that's as much as I know.
Yes, John. Well, yeah, that's fine, as long as we understand it's more anecdotal, and because we have, let's just say, a controversial, some controversial subjects that might be addressed within this survey, I'm a little concerned that some special interests might weigh in heavily on one way or another, and, I'm trying to be very general here. So as long as we're aware that it's a snapshot again, then that's fine, and it should be represented as such. We've all done various forms of surveys, so I think enough said. I just wanted to get a feel if you knew any more, and so thanks for that.
Any other open discussion? So we'll take a 5-minute break, and we'll be back here at 2:30 for the next exciting installment of the Carbondale Transfer Station. That ought to be great.
Welcome back. It's 2:30. This is the Board of County Commissioners work session for September 11th, 2012. It's 2:30, and the next subject we're going to tackle is the Carbondale Transfer Station. And Chris and Brian are here to present for us. What's the deal on the Carbondale Transfer Station?
Thanks, Michael. I'm glad to be here. The deal on the transfer station, it's a really complex issue. There's a lot of important questions. How many trucks will there be? Is this the right character? How much dust? How much fire? All that stuff is important, but not really why I'm here to talk to you today.
It's in Garfield County, isn't it?
It's in Garfield County. It'd be located near Carbondale on the Capital Store Road at the Mid-Continent Mine facility. But I think what's important for Pickett County, the reason I'm here, is a philosophical question and a question of having some direction for staff as this plays out. And what the transfer station illustrates for Pitkin County is that our funding model, our business model at the landfill, isn't sustainable over the long term. Because something like this transfer station could come along and put a wrench in our operation, it illustrates that it's not sustainable. And the business model I'm talking about specifically is using competitive-based tipping fees at the landfill and using those revenues to pay for the costs of the recycling programs. And so what the memo is for, and what I'm really here today for, is to talk about and illustrate for you that there are at least two other business models that the county could employ at the landfill that would be impervious to this kind of pressure. In other words, a transfer station development in the Mid-Valley won't matter if we were operating under one of these other two business models. So my purpose here is to discuss those models with you, answer questions about it, and get a sense of direction and timing as to if and when we would want to change to one of those other two business models. I'm happy to answer questions about the transfer station, the proposal, the opposition down valley to that, the process it might go through. But I also hope that we would discuss these other funding philosophies and if and when we would want to start moving in that direction, because it'd be a major philosophical change for us, and it also would take some time to transition to either other business model, up to a year even. And that's what I mean when I'm saying I'm here kind of to get a sense of direction so that as these things play out, I would know how to respond or what other things to bring to the board's attention or what process to start to put together to make these changes if we even wanted to make them.
George.
So as I read your memo, the issue really pertains specifically to the recycling program, at least the way I understand it, in terms of, as you said earlier, you base your fees as an enterprise fund, but those fees not only cover the operation of the landfill, but also basically subsidizes the recycling program we provide, not only countywide, but as I mentioned before, even outside the county. So that's really the sort of the essence of the issue.
I think specifically what's at stake is, yes, our ability to run the recycling program. But in a broader sense, it's more about our ability to influence the collection and the disposal of waste in our community, which is an important utility to us. And so how we manage our reaction to this transfer station and whether the recycling program can survive or not is an important question, but there's a bigger picture to look at in terms of how do we want to continue to maintain influence over the waste collection system. The short answer is yes, it's the recycling program at stake, and it's one of the reasons why this matters to us, but I don't think it's the biggest reason.
Yes, Rob? Chris, can you put a timeline on any of this, or is this, put this in a perspective of decision-making matrix and timeline going forward?
Depend on which way you'd want to go. If you just want to take a wait-and-see approach and and see if this transfer station gets permitted and then what type of effect it actually has on us, then you're looking at probably up to a year before, if they were approved, if they got their permit approval Monday night, which is when their hearing is, they'd still have engineering and design and review and construction process to go through before they were online. And then when they came online, I think it'd be a number of more months before they really geared up in terms of business. And we're starting to accept significant volumes of waste that would then have an effect on our revenue stream, which then goes to George's point that then it starts to have an effect on our ability to maintain recycling. So in one sense, maybe a year before there's a real direct effect. However, on the other hand, if we knew that we didn't want to continue this funding mechanism of using competitive market-based fees to pay for recycling and we wanted to shift to one of these other two, then you'd have to decide whether you wanted to start those wheels in motion now or wait for some other trigger point, which we could decide what that might be. In the particular case of moving towards what we call the flow control mechanism, you'd have another set of decision points where you would want to decide whether to move towards operating the landfill yourself more immediately or wait for your existing contract to expire. And that decision also might have something that would have bearing on that decision would be the outcome of another lawsuit in New York that has bearing on how you're set up to control the flow. So the Supreme Court said very specifically how you can control the flow, and we're not quite in that position. We're very, very close. But if you were to tell me today, hey, Chris, we'd like to start moving in that direction, what would the timeline on that be? Then we'd have a set of decisions about, do we want to let that contract expire? Do we want to end it sooner? Do we want to wait to see the outcome of this other case I'm talking about? Because it's asking the exact question of whether or not you operate the landfill or hire a contractor. Is that the same thing? So it might be getting a little too detailed for, we haven't made that decision yet. Those would be decisions we'd make subsequent to that. But the answer to your question is the timing depends on which direction we want to go. And we don't have to decide today which way to go. But it's important to start having an awareness of these issues so that, well, if we did decide today which way to go, I can go and start working on how to put that process together.
Yes?
And one of the things that I think as this develops and as we try to figure out what the right decision is, how the different decisions will affect the citizens of Pickens County. Their rates, their services, their, having to, drive. If we cancel one of our services, then they have to go to this new transfer station or, each one of, we have to see a matrix of how this affects, the individuals of Pickens County, not just the sustainability of the enterprise fund, although that's a piece of it, no question. And I'd also ask the question of lifetime of this landfill and how that plays into the overall budget. I mean, if a percentage of the waste is now being competitively bid out and put down at this transfer station, it's going to extend our landfill. That's kind of a good thing. To some extent, although it's not providing the revenue for the other services that we provide at a subsidized price either.
I think that the level of service at the curbside, as we say,
yeah,
how often waste is picked up, what consumers pay, what types of recyclables are picked up, I think the service level at the curbside will stay the same in any scenario. And I think if the private sector members of the community were here saying, we could provide all this service and it would be the same. If the transfer station opens up and operates on full cylinders and the waste goes over there and the landfill has to close or go out of business or reduce its service, the citizens are still going to experience the same level of service that they've always had. And that's probably true. Well, for one reason is because Pickens County has rules in place as to what a hauler has to pick up, and we'll always have the ability to change those rules or adjust them as we see fit. But I think what you're touching on, philosophically speaking, is akin to the difference between owning and renting. In that, when you own your home, you know what your monthly expense will be forever, 30 years. But when you rent, you know one thing's true, the price will go up. You don't know when, you don't know how much, but you know it'll go up. By maintaining and operating our landfill, it gives the county and the community the ability to continue to have influence over the system. When you don't have the landfill and you don't have any influence, then you're more like the renter. I know I'll get the service at the curbside. I know I'll have recyclables. I don't know what the cost will be. I know they'll be going up. By maintaining and operating the landfill, I can't guarantee we'll never see increases in price at the curbside, but you'll have some influence over it. And so I think that that's the bigger picture answer is more of do you want to continue to own or do you want to rent? And that's what's at stake here. This shifting to one of the other funding models ensures your ability to maintain that influence into the future forever.
Rachel?
Yeah, thank you for, what I consider in this presentation really to be a heads up that the landscape is changing, future decisions will be required. I was thinking along the same lines as Rob that, as we go into these future decisions, we should get that kind of list of pluses and minuses, both from a county perspective and for our citizens' perspectives on these different, alternatives. Because I'm sitting here racking my brain and I can't remember what percentage of construction demolition materials end up being recycled and resold and what end up being broken into aggregate or whatever, and what percentage end up really taking up space in the landfill. So it's hard to weigh that piece, but that'd be good to know. And then also, of course, what is our total loss on recycling? How heavily is it subsidized now? Has it always been that? What was the closest to break even we ever got? And then, for me, I just start to wonder, are there other alternatives for the funding of that I don't even know if are legal in the state of Colorado, the 5-cent per bottle deposit type of thing. And people who don't cash their bottles back in, ends up being a fund that can that be used to support the recycling program? Is that an option? Is it something that our municipalities may feel strongly enough to want to support out of their general funds, as opposed to out of a new sales tax or something like that? And if so, what sort of magnitude would that be? So I'd like to try to look for, hybrid models, if there is such a thing. And then also needing to see, what changes you believe this transfer station, should it be approved, will affect each of the different segments of our landfill business. So, it may be affecting C&D waste, which is the profit center today that supports recycling, but what other changes to the operational model might exist? And so I see a much longer and more involved work session as we continue to get our arms around this.
Chris, are you planning to attend the hearing in Garfield County?
Yes.
Are you going to write a letter or make a statement?
I'm not currently planning to make a statement. I haven't written a letter.
What does the board think about writing a letter to at least let the county commissioners in Garfield County know that this could adversely affect our operations and our recycling program in Pickens County if they approve this? I mean, I think we shouldn't operate on the basis that we're alone in this. As Jack has often said, we have regional interests with Garfield County, and this is one of them, I think, and that we provide regional, essentially, what George said, recycling, and that could be jeopardized possibly jeopardized by this transfer station. So I think we should ask staff to put a letter together, Chris, and present it to the county commissioners at that hearing. How does the board feel about that? Just informative. Rob?
Well, I would respond to that by saying it's hard to say without knowing how things are going to be affected, to say that this might negatively affect
recycling? How do you judge, I mean, is there going to be less recycling? It's just not going to our landfill, it's going to their landfill, and they're getting revenue from it, as opposed to us getting revenue from it, or, I mean, I don't know all the details to that. I mean,
I think Chris has some.
Well, let me just finish and say the letter that I think is pertinent, or the statement that I think is pertinent, is that, you know, we do live in a regional environment where waste facilities cross county lines, and please, when you're considering the construction, the permitting, and all that, consider it on a regional basis so that we can provide a better benefit to our citizens as a whole, whatever that may be.
So Chris, Rob talked about recycling and what the impacts would be on our recycling, doesn't know what that would be. What do you think?
Well, I agree a more detailed study can be done, should be done, but I can provide a little information today about what effect this would have if it were operating on full cylinders, so to speak, or even if it were operating on a lower level, which is sort of what they say is going to happen. They're going to take C&D waste into the facility initially and recycle it or sort through it for primarily wood and metal. About 50% of the C&D that's brought to the Pitkin County landfill is brought by this one company, and that amounts to about $355,000 a year out of $1 million in revenue on C&D. So a third of our C&D revenue is brought by this single company.
So that could be diverted to the transfer station?
They've indicated it will be. They've indicated to me that their C&D traffic will go to this new facility, so I know we're going to lose at least that much. I also know that if, in business sense, you're going to operate a transfer station in this location, a really good business model is attracting as many tons of all kinds of waste that you can get, because then you're cutting your transportation costs to a more distant landfill who has a lower tipping fee. That's the reason you build this transfer station, is to go to a farther landfill with a lower tipping fee. And you decrease your shipping costs by you doing more and more tons, and you increase your ability to negotiate a lower tipping fee if you have more and more tons. So in a strict business sense, one might say, I want to build this facility and get all the tons I can get in there in order to make this a really viable business plan. So then, using that information, I know at least the $300,000 is on the table. It could be even more, because how would you attract more tons into your facility once you own it? You'd let all the haulers come in there. You'd let them bring all manners of waste. That includes the municipal solid waste. So pretty quickly you can see it going to all of our C&D, and then all of our municipal solid waste also being diverted to that facility.
What is municipal solid waste?
Municipal solid waste is the household trash, it's the garbage that comes out of your kitchens and restaurants. It's collected in the compactor trucks. So the potential exists for much more, if not all of our waste revenue, to be diverted to this facility if it were really successful in running on all cylinders. And I think that isn't highly detailed, but it gives you a pretty stark picture of what's at stake here. It's not just the recycling program. It's our ability to operate at all. And there goes to my earlier illustration about, do you want to own or rent? Do you want to have some measure of influence over the solid waste collection and disposal, or do you want to let it get handled by the private sector, which is not necessarily a bad thing? As I said, I expect you'll still see the same service level at the curbside. I think that regionally speaking, the Salt and Carbondale and points beyond are still going to enjoy recycling services that they enjoy today, even if we were to close shop, because the private sector is providing that service. I think what's important for Pitkin County goes beyond, are we going to or are we not going to have recycling? It's more of a question of, are we going to maintain influence over our waste and collection and disposal system, which I see as a utility, much like water and electricity. They're things that we need for human survival and well-being, and this provides us ability to influence that utility, if we call it that, whereas we don't have as clear an influence the other way.
Rachel?
Yeah, I could see this playing out a number of ways that even the proponents of the project in Carbondale may not fully see, or the approving bodies may not fully see. And it raises questions that I don't have any information on whatsoever for me, but really, what is the anticipated lifespan of West Canyon, and if suddenly all the waste that was formerly in Pickens County was going to West Canyon, how long a life does that facility have before, it's going to be more expensive because they're going to be having to ship much, much further? That I do not know if it's endless or if that's something that is of concern or has been brought forward to the Garfield County Commissioners to think about in terms of the life of their facility. I could see this leading to price wars, that may be a benefit to the consumer, maybe in the short term, maybe long term, maybe not. But, I think it would be incumbent on us to look at what are our other business models for our landfill. I mean, maybe it does do half or two-thirds of what it used to do. And what would be our operational plan for the facility if we were running it as, half of what it is now, doing half of what it is now, or we had to bid so much lower to get waste management to still be tipping at our facility instead of at the transfer station. But I don't want to look at it as all negatives, because I think it's just more about doing business in a different environment. And we've talked ourselves about the point at time at which our landfill would have to close because it has reached capacity. It's farther out than ever, but it's still not infinite. And we've talked about building a transfer station on top of the closed landfill so that we could continue our recycling programs. And so is there a way in a business model that we work conjunctively with that center in Carbondale? We were recently told we've discontinued the recycling of the plastic bags for a variety of reasons, not really collecting enough to make a load worthwhile and so on and so forth in a timely manner. Maybe instead of seeing things fade out, they actually are better supported because it's a changed environment. And so I just, I really want to say, well, what are the positives? And is there a conjunctive opportunity here that supports all of our recycling and all of our waste disposal needs better?
Chad?
Yeah, Michael, answer your question. I would be supportive of a letter, but I'm not sure right at this point, because we still have plenty of time, what the exact content is. I think we need to take this really serious. I believe it's way beyond recycling or C&D, because ultimately the people we serve, the public, I believe could be, there might be some short-term benefit in prices, but pretty much this could corner a certain market, and therefore the public are victims of basically, though there be multiple competitors going to transfer, we'd be at the peck and, the low end of the pecking order, as it were, because of prices. They could just raise the prices. Things are kind of tough enough the way they work right now, I think. The contract we have now for the private operator, when does that mature approximately?
On the last day in 2015.
Okay, so timing is kind of right for us to make some decisions, I think. And I would fully support further analysis, even if it takes, I hate to say this, some consultant time, professionals in this area. Because to me, what is at stake here is incremental pieces of waste hauling, whether it's C&D, recycles, or general. But really, it is about the business model. And going back, and you've alluded a little bit to this, Rachel, going back when I was on P&Z in the 93 to 95 time, we had the landfill come in, and the life cycle was 9 years. Now things have changed, things have evolved. We've got a heck of a evolution of how we do it under the leadership that we have, and that started certainly with Hillary, etc. And now I understand it's about 25 years. 25 years of that life of the landfill probably will be extended by continuing to refine and do what we do now. So
that window is plenty enough for us to take the business model issue as the number one issue here. And I just don't think it's an advantage to our public to allow this to happen without a business approach on our own. Chris, have you talked to John Ely about the legals and the backgrounding and?
I've spoken with Chris Selden on a couple of occasions. It wasn't really recently, it was within this year. And our specific discussion was about the flow control case law that exists in the country, what's been decided where and when, and what a detailed sort of level to decide did we think we had a strong footing to, if the county should decide to go there. And I don't want to speak for Chris, but it was favorable opinion that we could do this. In general discussion, in general terms, there's details to discuss and work out, not today necessarily, but you could do it.
Yeah, and I want to, I think I am very much open to having to face that issue of the business model and how to change things, given that there's another court case too, because we're more similar to Rockport or whatever it is, Rockland in New York. But if we went and if we did not renew the contract in a couple years and took over that, then we'd have to have a budget analysis and understand staffing and all of that. But at the end of the day, then it appears, and this is just all new to us, so it appears that we would be more in the camp of the anyway, the Supreme Court decision. God, my wife's family comes from Oneonta anyway, but that's the only way I could say that. We'd be more in that camp, so we need to understand what that means, both internally, budget-wise, etc. Because in the long term, my sense is if Garfield County does approve this, the road is not that bright, and if we have to, give up recycling, etc., or change the way we do that, that's really highly impactful to the public. And then the life of the landfill, if it starts being combined, is less. It's all, life of landfill is all volume-based anyway. So this is something we need a lot more expertise on. You've got a good preliminary, well, here, throw it out, and God, there's so many balls in the fire. But part of what I would want to do in a letter to Garfield County is say, we are very concerned about the potential impact this had, not only on our landfill, but our users, our citizens. And I think our job is very important. Chris states it very well here. Number 3 is best ensure efficient delivery of waste collection and disposal of services in the community. While you said business would go on as usual, it would not if we were kind of at the other end of pricing, because a lot of people could be highly impacted by price increases here. I know Town of Somas Village would be the first to jump on lesser rates as a municipality, because when they do their budget, they're always very concerned about, and we haven't raised fees much, but when we did, I heard about it. That's just a small example.
It seems to me, we've been talking about business model a lot, and that's okay. But really what we're talking about at the landfill is services to the public. And those services of recycling collection stuff cost money. And the services of household chemicals and other chemicals, paint chemicals and that kind of thing, cost money. And the service of electronic disposal and that thing costs money, but they're there in Picken County. And they're available. Those are services that are available to all our citizens and our businesses. And the service just of recycling, where you can and go get a chair that has a broken leg that's in their, whatever you call that section of the landfill. It's, sort of a nice community service. Those are not really included in business models if they don't make money. And so we have an obligation to offer those services, to continue to offer those services in the face of competition. This is competition. Once competition becomes a monopoly, which I foresee it happening with the transfer station, and lower prices where you tip in Utah, we will have left our citizens high and dry. And so I think that's why it's imperative to get a letter together saying, and in very general terms, it seems to me, that we offer services now that we think are going to be impacted by this transfer station. And unless we state it in general terms up front, Garfield County is going to know what the impact to us is. And we have an obligation to let them know that there's a possible negative impact here. Going forward, we'll have to look at different models. But I would hope that the location and the services we offer there will be of continued benefit to the citizens. I think that's important. George?
Chris, what's the advantage or disadvantage for Garfield County to approve this application? What do they get out of it as a county? Or do they lose? Are they going to be in a similar situation with South Canyon? Or
That's a good question. Depends on where you sit, maybe.
From the county commissioner's point of view.
I think from the county commissioner's point of view, in Garfield County, one advantage would be they could place a condition on the approval that all that waste comes to their landfill, which is Anvil Point's landfill. It's in West Rifle. The South Canyon landfill in Glenwood is owned by the city of Glenwood. They could place a condition, okay, you can bring all that waste here, and I need $1 per ton as a royalty, or they're called royalties. That happens a lot in the waste business, and landfills are permitted under those conditions often. So there's one clear advantage to Garfield County financially. Politically speaking, I don't know if there are many advantages. There's a staunch opposition in Carbondale, obviously. They've mounted, there'll be several hundred people at the meeting as well, I'm sure. And it's an election year. I'm not sure which commissioners are being, for election, but those are going to be disadvantages, perhaps, maybe advantages to the individual commissioners. In terms of any other clear advantage, I guess another way to state that is to say, is there some big problem in Carbondale area, that part of Garfield County that's being solved by this proposal? Not that I'm aware of. Usually a transfer station's built because your community's too far away from the landfill. And the most efficient way to transport your waste there is to have a transfer facility. That's usually why they're built. And that's not the case here. They're building a transfer station in the middle of a landfill market, 3 landfills. The other reason is, as we stated earlier, is to enable yourself to take waste to a farther away landfill with a smaller tipping fee. So I don't see a problem that would be solved from the commissioner's perspective by approving this. I'm just sort of running off the cuff here. It's a good question. And what is?
Because I guess what I was thinking is that if we write a letter, we have to understand what we're writing, because we can't just oppose this station because it may have financial consequences for Garfield County, and they've got a budget that they have to deal with as well. But if we present the issue in terms of serving the public, is this in the best interest of the public, then that's a different take, it's a stance. And I think that's probably, as Michael said, we've been discussing, that's where we should be going, because there may be some financial implications that Garfield County is looking at. They may be looking at this as a revenue source, we have no idea, but I think we have to make a stronger case in terms of the public benefit.
Well, and the benefit, what I was talking about was really the Pickens County point of view. I'm not trying to encompass all points of view. I realize that there are other things going on. But from the Pickens County point of view, and what we've established here, which I think is a model landfill, not just locally, but statewide, maybe nationally, with a 60% diversion rate, that's something having done all that good work, we think it might be in jeopardy.
And I think from a Picken County point of view, we don't want that in jeopardy. Rachel?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think, I've been nervous about saying anything about the letter, not because it's what do you say in it. I do think that Chris's last comment there in response to George's questions might be a paragraph of that letter, that, transfer stations do not typically locate in the middle of a landfill-rich market, and that, this will produce market disruption for other landfill operators in ways that may impact customer service and delivery of programs over the long term. And I think that that's one of the most important points. And then also I think the comment's very accurate to say this really is impactful to the community of Carbondale without being needed to solve some sort of local problem. And so there may be disruption in two different ways, impacting one community and their property values negatively, and then disrupting the types of services that other communities are able to offer their citizens. So I can see, rounding it out in those ways. And I know this is off subject, but I've driven by there at night, and I just can't believe how bright the lights are already on the highway. And and I just don't see where there'd be a lot of space, the way that, unless there's a facility up and over the hill that I don't see, to do the type of volumes they're talking about. We have a hard time with as much land as we have, spreading out the different functions and not having a lot of blowaway and bears.
So are we in general agreement about a letter? John?
Just building on Rachel's point, there are other interests that we have in common regionally, too. I mean, the governments up and down the valley have invested millions of dollars in the Rio Grande Trail, which runs right by this facility that has limited space, and the traffic concerns continue to potentially be an issue. So there are other concerns. I think we're hitting on the big ones with the landfill, but there's also other cooperative areas that we've worked with, Garfield County and Eagle County and RAFTA, that are potentially impacted by this type of land use decision. They're probably worth mentioning.
Jack? Yeah, I like the direction we're headed in. I think Rachel's last point was very good. Michael, you were saying a little more articulate, further explanation of what I was saying, because our number one concern should be our users. But thinking about the traffic, where do these giant trucks go when they go through Glenwood? Well, we know what Glenwood is like now. I wonder if Glenwood is on this also, because there's only two ways that I know of to get through Glenwood.
My understanding is Glenwood is opposed as well, and maybe at the meeting. I also wanted to say, as you were talking, that to actually write a letter and get it in their packet, we're behind the time. That was due yesterday. But I can make all these comments in public at the meeting Monday night. And if you want me to, I'll make all these types of comments. We can send a letter after the fact, perhaps, but I'm afraid the timing snuck up on us, and we're not really able to submit it in writing at this point.
Well, you can submit it. You can read your letter and submit it for the public record.
Okay.
And the chair could sign it. That's how it wouldn't have to go to us in a packet.
Okay.
No, he's talking about the packet at the...
Well, I'm just talking, actually Monday night, I can make the comments, we can follow up with the letter later.
If you get it in by Thursday or Friday, they'll probably get it as a separate letter from the packet. I mean, we get the letters all the time that arrived after the packet was put together. So I agree with Michael that it's worth writing it down as a letter and then perhaps reading it into the record or reading highlights from it or making points that way. But I think both for the public and for the press and everyone else, the comments should be written down so that we're careful to say what we mean and not deviate too far.
I'll put a draft together and send it.
It should be pretty short, meaning a couple paragraphs, that's it.
With 200 people in possible in attendance, you have to wear elevator shoes or something to be noticed.
Pretty tall guys.
Yeah, something. That's a lot of people at a hearing.
I just wondered, if we had our joint meeting with Garfield County yet?
Still coming up.
Is it in the pipeline soon?
That would be a quasi-judicial decision, and they wouldn't be able to discuss it outside of their regular meetings with us.
Right, even answering questions.
October 18th. So.
It also seems to me unlikely that this would be approved Monday night. I mean, these things are complex, and there's a lot of opposition, and it seems to me that it probably will be tabled for further discussions, some research to come, another meeting in the future. So I think there's still some time to play out also, and I just wanted to put that out there. I think someone said it's more of a heads up than anything else. It's not really a crisis, but there's some fundamental philosophical decisions, I think, for us.
Chris, can you make as definite an assessment of these commissioners as you can of the Garfield County Commissioners?
Yeah.
I would hesitate to make those kind of predictions. Frankly, because I can't predict my colleagues, and I certainly can't predict my colleagues down in Garfield County. So they've changed the rules to a one-hearing meeting for this land use. So they've already changed the rules for it. So to say that they're not going to do it in one hearing is, I just don't see that happening.
One with John Martin being the deciding vote.
So Michael, if we draft a letter, can we get it just to you then in the next couple days?
Yeah,
for your signature?
I'll sign it, just let me know.
Okay.
Charlotte.
And then please circulate it, so we have
copies.
Okay.
So that's the direction, and then we have going forward, we're looking at, you'll come back with, depending on the outcome of this hearing or whatever, we'll start looking at different models, and then we'll decide, maybe as Jack suggested, getting the consultant on what those different models should be or could be, given the impact of this or not of this transfer station.
And I think, too, that it may be a series of work sessions to go through. Let's sit through and talk about the one model first, highly detailed discussion, wait a couple weeks or a month, come back to the other one, so that this decision-making process is going to take time. And so that's what I'm taking away from this meeting as well, is I'll continue to sort of push those issues through.
And I got to say, Chris, I got to thank you for the way that the landfill is operated up there, and for the services that you offer to the county. It's really extraordinary. And I deeply appreciate the location of it. It's very near my home, and I can avail myself of either recycling or picking up stuff, or it's wonderful. So, yes, Rachel.
Sorry, but a last thought here. Is Rocky Mountain Roll-Off, so this company, the same ones who operate the Eagle County transfer facility?
No, the Eagle County, the landfill in Walcott is owned and operated by Eagle County.
Okay. Well, I was just thinking, you may want to make sure that Eagle County is aware of this, because I know that after they open their larger MRF facility, they're having some startup issues with their business model, and I don't know that they're aware that this could further.
You bet. They're very aware. We're in close contact.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry to interrupt you, Rachel.
Yes, Jack.
So within the body of this letter, and I know it should be short, but I think we need to mention the services that we provided the public as a result of how all this comes together. The recycling, the C&D, and all of that. Just touch those points, and there'll be further. If this doesn't get done, then we'll have a chance to really evolve it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it. Thank you, Chris, for your hard work on it.
Thanks. Thank you.
So it's 3:15, we're scheduled for a break. Do the commissioners feel like a break? So we'll take a 15-minute break.
Go right back on schedule.
Right back on schedule.
Well, we're actually a little ahead, because we've already done.
I have great confidence in everyone's ability to fill the extra time.
Welcome back. It's 3:30. It's September 11th, 2012. This is the Board of County Commissioners work session. We're now at memorandums of interest. And the first item is, what's it titled? The Spillman upgrade and server replacements. Bruce Romero, are you going to present this to us, Bruce?
I am, along with John Rushing.
Great. So what is the Spillman upgrade?
Spillman is the system that law enforcement and public safety dispatch use to track resources, to take the calls for service in from the public and dispatch the appropriate resources, whether it be fire, EMS, sheriff, police. And then that same system is used on the other side of operations. When the resources have finished with the call, they can go into that system and write their reports. This is where all of that is kept track of for law enforcement.
Great. So we're going to replace it? Is that right?
So we are looking to upgrade the system. It would be a replacement of the current server because the server is not capable of taking us to the next level of the upgrade of the software. The software has been completely rewritten, and this was the intention when we bought the system in, 3.5 years ago when we implemented the Spillman system. And unfortunately, the specs for the server that we were given then that were supposed to cover this new upgrade are not quite adequate anymore. It had not yet been rewritten. Now that it has, they say these are the new specs that we have to go by.
Is that the extent of what you want to say, Bruce, or do you want to get questions now?
Questions would be great.
Okay. Rachel, did you have your hand up?
Yeah. Can the old server find reuse somewhere else in our systems? I mean, maybe not emergency management or...
It's a Unix-based server. It's really specialized, and so there's not really much else that we could do with it.
There's always eBay, so don't forget eBay.
Yeah.
George?
Didn't we, I don't know if you can answer, John, a year or a year and a half ago, do some sort of upgrade for the jail or for the... I remember...
The controls?
The wire. I mean, there's been a number of projects, George, but not to the Spillman database, which is really the major application that law enforcement is using for electronic records. That they can, I believe they can push them out to their vehicles.
Yes.
And that's so we have had a number of technology and wiring projects and such, but this isn't one of them.
Okay. Yes, Jack.
Yeah, I'm wondering if, in fact, there's an awareness of the next generation of this. Here we are 3 years ago, today. Any idea where has there been any discussion within, the technology groups that there's something coming soon? Because I'm trying to ascertain is where's the future versus is this so critical this year or next year if there's something on the horizon? And I know that's a little bit subjective.
In my opinion, there is nothing earth-shattering on the horizon. This system is state-of-the-art. It is a solid, very stable system, and one that public safety in this community is fairly committed to. We've put a fair amount of money and effort into this system. We would like to continue on the path with them. One of the major problems that we have of leading any one particular system is that we lose most of that data. That we've got years and years of data in this system. When we switch, it is not exactly easy to bring that data with us.
Yeah,
I'm supportive of this. This is, of course, is a joint project as well. So Town of Snowmass, City of Aspen, Town of Basalt are also participating.
Exactly.
Rachel?
I actually have a small question along those lines. Are they aware of the potential supplemental budget request to do this year, or are we thinking of cash flowing it and letting them build that into their 2013 budgets to repay us then?
The communications budget works on a billing process, so our actual expenditures in the communications department are billed to each of these entities, and this is within the budget that those entities approved last year.
Thank you for the clarification.
Rob?
You mentioned that there's going to be a projected savings of $50,000 in labor savings for 2012 due to vacancy of a dispatcher position. Is that as a result of this software, or is that just coincidence?
That happens to be that we've had some turnover in the communications department this year, and that amount has already been realized, even with our overage in overtime because of that vacancy.
So it's not necessarily a selling point of this supplemental, it's just an FYI.
It's just a way to tell you, here's how we can pay for it.
Bruce, what is the projected life cycle longer than 3.5 years on the upgrade to the software and the replacement? Because 3.5 years is a very short life cycle, and we get sort of in a position where we can't actually say no. And so
I think John would be best to answer that question.
Yeah, when we purchased this system, there were some unknowns about the upgrade. We knew that there was an upgrade in the works, and we had constraints about the system that we could get at that time, and we thought it would be robust enough to be able to have the upgrade and have a life cycle of about 5 years, which is kind of pretty standard for basic life cycle for computers. The system that we're speccing now is a very major increase in terms of memory and computing capacity, and is more in the middle range of what they know now is needed for this upgrade. So I think that we can really realistically say this should last 5 to 7 years. And to speak to Jack Hatfield's point about upcoming technologies, I think the things that we're seeing in terms of cloud computing with consumer technologies are going to reach public safety. When is anybody's guess, but I think as we get out to 5 to 7 years, the life cycle of this project, we'll be able to really know where that's at with a lot more certainty and make a really, really solid plan then for whether or not we transition from this hardware to something that's more of a cloud-based kind of infrastructure, or do we have another cycle that then goes into cloud-based infrastructure. But this definitely will give us, this new server will give us a longer lifespan than what we got out of the older server.
And the location of the server, does it take the place of the current server, and is whatever environment is in adequate to sustain the server? I mean, that was really the problem we had with our addition at the backside of the jail, was that we didn't have enough cooling capacity and storage capacity for our servers, and so it was all, every upgrade leads to another upgrade, which leads to another upgrade, and it's hard for us to anticipate what that is.
We have the cooling capacity in the server room where this server would live is way above what this may increase that need, as well as we have a backup system in that room in case there are any difficulties with the current system. So we don't believe that this will have any major impact on our cooling system in that room. The electrical has just been upgraded as well.
Right. I just read that Facebook has a server facility planned for quite near the Arctic Circle because the cooling necessities up there are much less. So hopefully we won't have to do that soon. But I feel a prisoner to all this. You feel a prisoner to the technology, and eventually it's writing you, and you're not writing it. It's really tough. So, yes, Jack.
George touched base on the funding, and we also have complete buy-in by the partners also. I mean, we're not just driving the ship here. Everyone is cooperating and agreed that this is the way to go.
We do have the buy-in from my communications board is made up of the sheriff, the chiefs of police, and the fire chief. So we have the buy-in from that board. Now, it's up to them to discuss this with their councils and boards to make sure that they're okay with this.
That's close enough for me. We won't get into any more micro.
So Bruce, it looks like we have support for this upgrade.
Thank you.
Yes, John.
Well, just before Bruce leaves, he's been playing the interim director role over 911 and has been doing
Playing it or performing it?
Performing it and doing an excellent job, I might add. And so I just wanted to recognize.
Thank you, Bruce.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank you very
it.
much. Thank you for your time.
The next item is a letter, a PACE letter.
No, we have one more supplemental.
Oh, we do? Oh.
We do.
The gauging section.
Oh, the gauging. I'm sorry, Cindy.
They gauge the agenda.
This is a Warren Fork Watershed Gauging Initiative snapshot assessment of the Warren Fork through Aspen Lower Crystal River. John, are you going to present this? I see that there's a lot of other folks here.
Yeah.
Are they usurping your roles?
I will kick it off, and then I will gracefully retire so as not to impede any progress.
Okay.
Board, this is a supplemental budget appropriation request for money out of the Healthy Rivers and Streams Fund, the sum of $23,875. It is recommended for appropriation in the form of a grant to be extended to FOR. FOR is a local nonprofit. The anagram stands for Friends of Rivers and Renewables. The grant would be to FOR to further their work in a gauging initiative that was begun this year by FOR and for some work in particular that they hope to get done before winter sets in on the river. The amount that has been recommended for funding unanimously by the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board is amount to be matched by other private donations to bring a total of $47,750 towards the project. That will see a heightened examination of the upper Roaring Fork as it runs through the city of Aspen and the lower Crystal River just before the confluence of the Roaring Fork. And the individual who shepherds FOR along is Chelsea Condon Brundage, and she is here with quite a few friends. And I'm not exactly sure who's going to speak next, so I'll just let them describe the project in more detail and answer questions from the board.
Great, thank you. Yes, Tim?
If I could just make...
Could you just introduce yourself?
Tim McFlynn, and if I could just do a quick introduction to the subject matter of this supplemental budget request and to the team. I'm here on behalf of Public Council. Friends of Rivers and Renewables is our latest initiative. And we're really coordinator of this effort, coordinating federal, state, local agencies with Roaring Fork Conservancy. That's the role we're playing, is to try to coordinate getting gauging stations, starting with this first step, this 2012 snapshot assessment. The one-page budget supplemental request, I think, captures pretty well the history. And I know you don't want the whole history, because when we went to Healthy Rivers and Streams, they had an online 144-page booklet. But the whole history from the April workshop, which John helped and attended, right through now is in this, and it is available electronically. If anyone would like to see that, just let us know. As John Ely said, Chelsea on my left is directing all the programs of Friends and Rivers and Renewables, this being the first and most important in our view. Seth Mason is not here. He's a hydrologist based in Carbondale, terrific person to work with who has been involved since square one and very involved in both developing this snapshot assessment and the proposed gauging station sites and purposes. And of course, everyone knows Sharon Clark because she has been before you, I'm sure, several times on Healthy Rivers and Streams proposals and recommendations before. I just want to kind of conclude just the intro by saying it's really a very good fit to begin this very first step of a series of steps to have better data, better ability to know scientifically, not just flow data, but temperature, dissolved oxygen, conductivity, all the indicators of river and stream health, particularly where you have distress, pinch point areas that are recurrent, that are not just in drought years, but in all years, trouble spots. And improving the gauging network and making it smarter and using kind of 21st century technology has been a priority of the water commissioners who came to our gauging workshop, of the Division of Water Resources, of CWCB, of Healthy Rivers and Streams, of Roaring Fork Conservancy for many years. And the last 6 months has been an amazing collaboration, that's all I can say. All these groups who wanted to see this initiative start, but it hadn't started, kind of came together and has been working closely together. And so first, if you think of your ballot mission, it's a perfect fit to provide for maintenance and improvements of water quality and quantity, and to secure, create, and augment minimum stream flows. That's right out of your mission statement for Healthy Rivers. And maybe as an aside, I remember very well, Rachel, your pivotal role in getting Healthy Rivers on the ballot and getting it passed by the electorate. And that was in '08, I think, so 3 or 4 years.
The whole board.
I know, but I remember you were an insatiable worker. I mean, you really were. Thank you for that. The first point is it's right up central to your mission. Secondly, we have a unique year, a unique water year. And according to all the hydrologists, aquatic scientists that we've spoken with, including the one that advises the county through Healthy Rivers, Greg Espergren, and we're going to do a couple of handouts here for your packets because we're going to be back in the future. But he wrote one of these 4 letters about how important it is to have this kind of data. And I would like you to think of it sort of as a dashboard where we can, in real time, if you have an internet connection, whether you're one of you, someone on Healthy Rivers staff, or Sharon's staff, or a water commissioner, you can see what's going on. And the last thing I would say is that the Healthy Rivers Board spent 2 hours with a long PowerPoint and a lot of very good questions, and unanimously 7-0 forwarded this today to your board to approve. And with that, I want to introduce Chelsea again, who is directing the effort.
Thanks, Tim. We do have some handouts for you that I was going to take, I hope, 5 minutes to
Just give me Jack and we'll pass them.
share. And as Tim said, there's a packet there of some letters of support that we provide to you. Tim gave you a background of the larger project that we were involved in, which is called a Watershed Gauging Initiative. And this 2012 snapshot assessment of targeted reaches is a component. It's a prerequisite of getting a smart gauging network up and running in the Roaring Fork watershed. So I'll wait till you get the things get all the way around the table. But the first, page 2 of the staple packet of slides is a map of the Roaring Fork watershed, obviously. And it shows 2 reaches with bright red lines on them. These are 2 of the most impaired river reaches in the Roaring Fork watershed. It's the Roaring Fork through Aspen and the Lower Crystal. These are reaches that run dry in a good year. They certainly have had a very hard time, a very dry time this summer. And the map also shows a number of red stars, which are locations that we are working with our partners to evaluate as to whether they are the appropriate locations for gauges in these reaches of the Roaring Fork watershed. And essentially, the snapshot assessment that we have had approved or supported by Healthy Rivers and Streams involves 4 tasks. The first one is something called a synoptic, which is basically a sort of boots on the ground or boots in the stream survey to really understand at a close-up level where the pinch points are in a river reach, where the best locations for gauges might be, and importantly, to help start to understand the relationship between diversion points and return flow points and where opportunities are for greater conservation and the dedication or management of in-stream flows. And a second purpose or goal of this snapshot assessment, as I mentioned, is to gain a more detailed understanding of specific locations that appear to be the right ones for putting in permanent gauges in the Roaring Fork watershed. And by getting in the stream and looking up close, we would have the opportunity to make sure that we had picked the right locations for the long term. A third element of this snapshot assessment is to do some handheld gauging, since there are not permanent gauges in place here, to try to build a hydrograph or continue building a hydrograph of flow conditions that have predominated this summer, because as Tim mentioned, this has been a summer off the charts, off the record in terms of how dry it has been, and there's a lot to be understood from it, both in terms of what it will mean for future dry years by comparison, what it will mean for this fall and winter, what it will mean for next spring, what it will mean for fish habitat and micro and macro invertebrate habitat. So we would like to, part of this work is to collect gauging by hand while the scientists are in the stream so that we can develop some kind of hydrograph for this unique year. And the fourth component of the snapshot assessment is to provide an opportunity as we can while this work is going on to educate people in Carbondale, in the Aspen area, about the need for gauging and what's going on in the stream and why are those people out there. There's an opportunity to do a lot of, we're working with EcoFlight to talk about doing some very close-up aerials of the dried stream reaches so that we can use those pictures to communicate to people how dry the summer has been, continue to work on public education and outreach about why that matters. I'm going to back up a step to tell you that the snapshot assessment was really born out of a larger effort that Tim McFlynn referred to, which is organized by Friends of Rivers and Renewables in partnership with the Roaring Fork Conservancy to try to develop an in-depth understanding of what the watershed gauging needs are in the Roaring Fork watershed and how to address those gauging needs. And we put together in April, we put together a workshop with people who are listed on page 3 of the handout. These are people we met with in person and then who agreed to donate a day of their professional time to work with us to identify where the data gaps are, the gauging gaps are in the Roaring Fork watershed, and to think outside the box about where, if you could design a gauging network for the Roaring Fork watershed that helped you sort of peer into the future and manage water better and address pinch points and I'd start to identify conservation opportunities, where would you put those gauges and what data would you collect? And what water quality data would you try to collect at the same time? What technology would you use? And these people were really outstanding. They agreed to spend the time. They were enthusiastic. They left their hats at the door. So they shared information about their respective programs and where opportunities for overlap were, either in terms of work or funding. And it was kind of an exciting day. And the people who were there thanked us for the opportunity, said that they hadn't had one like that for quite a while, if ever. The result of that workshop in April is a report that's available to you online that summarizes the recommendations of this group in terms of what the Roaring Fork watershed needs for gauges. We took Roaring Fork Conservancy, Friends of Rivers and Renewables, and Seth Mason took those results from April and developed a much more in-depth analysis of specific stream gauge locations and technologies and data management options and cost options, which we have shared with Healthy Rivers and Streams Board as a proposal for stream watershed gauging network. And this is another document that you don't have to read, but we did submit to Healthy Rivers and Streams, and it is on our website. We're still working with Healthy Rivers and Streams to discuss some of the details of this gauging network, and as Tim said, we look forward to being back with the Board of County Commissioners to discuss the funding and implementation, ultimately, of that gauging network. But for the time being, we would like to proceed with the steps involved in the snapshot assessment, which I described at the beginning. The snapshot assessment is, as I mentioned, going to help us understand specifically some gauging locations in those two stressed reaches in the watershed and help us refine those locations and the gauging purposes there. Also, as you can see on page 4, the snapshot assessment and the gauging system that comes out of it is going to help water managers and you, the commissioners, the county in general, improve the kind of accounting or accountability that you can achieve in understanding water rights and diversions. It'll help improve water quality data interpretation. It'll help in finding ways to mitigate in droughts like this summer, and help in identifying cost-effective technologies that we can put to use here in this watershed, and that we can demonstrate to other groups and other watersheds in the West about how to really take responsibility for a watershed, how to understand the flows and what the management needs are. The next 2 pages are examples, 5 and 6, are examples of the kind of data that are generated from a snapshot assessment. In fact, this summer, one of the activities of Roaring Fork Conservancy and Seth Mason and Friends of Rivers and Renewables was to conduct a pilot snapshot assessment for the Roaring Fork in late in July. We had some funding to do this and took the opportunity of the very low flows this summer to be able to demonstrate to ourselves and to you and the Healthy Rivers and Streams how a snapshot assessment works. And basically what you get is a very detailed longitudinal study of the watershed with information about flows at different points, different pinch points, and help paint a picture of how human activities, diversions, return flows, water quality impacts show up in terms of flows and the health of a watershed. Page 6 is another version of the same thing. It's a graph profiling that shows a profile of flows on the Roaring Fork River below Difficult Creek at different points. And you can see the temperature here. You can also see the locations downstream from Difficult Creek and the flows on this particular date, which was July 27th. And this kind of data is the kind of data that are produced from the snapshot assessment, and that, as I said earlier, will help us get a better understanding of what's really going on in these reaches, which are so difficult to keep wet, particularly in a summer like this, and help us make sure we have gauges in the right place. Page 7 is a slide that shows some examples of public outreach and education that have already gone on this summer. We, with Friends of Rivers and Renewables and the Roaring Fork Conservancy, have worked with the Aspen Times to have a drought alert published in the Aspen Times weekly so that people can start to understand and get more literacy or more fluency with how rivers work, what flow conditions mean, when there's a problem, when there isn't. There's some pictures here of some ditch tours that took place this summer in Aspen and Carbondale. And the last slide I would refer, or page, is page 8, which is the summary of this project, the snapshot assessment, and the 4 tasks that are part of it. The total cost, which is $47,750, and the requested amount, which we presented to Healthy Rivers and Streams, and they unanimously supported, which is $23,875. The balance of the budget has been raised through in-kind contributions and cash matches. And so we, as John said in his presentation, we look forward to your support of this effort and in being able to get to work on it while there's still some summer left. We've got some low flow conditions, that's not a problem, but while there's summer left and we can be in the stream several times over the next few months before snow starts to fall. So that concludes my presentation, and I invite you to, we'd be happy to hear any questions. Sharon is, of course, one of us most versed in all things river and streams, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Chelsea.
Yeah.
What are the questions for the 4 representatives? Which are, there are 3 there. Yes, Jack?
Yeah, several things. So obviously, by all the work that we did putting this on the ballot and getting it approved with the help of citizens, literally, we are concerned about what appears to be the goals of this. I want to make sure that we're not being redundant, as it were, where this information doesn't exist already. This, I'm understanding, is, though, a pure gauging study exercise, as it were. For example, John Emmerich, D. Malone, probably 6 years ago or so, did an intensive study on the Roaring Fork and several major reaches. And they identified critical areas and habitat types and stream flows, but I'm not sure if it's the same. So would you have some feedback?
They did stream flows. They did. They basically did in-stream and riparian areas, and they characterized that. And then it's been mapped. It's in the State of the Watershed Report, and that information is critical to assessing the health of the ecosystem. But this is strictly a flow component of it,
Which hasn't been done.
Michael, may I continue? Sure. How will this data be used then specifically, and by who? You know, okay, Roaring Fork Conservancy, this group, but what is the next step? Go to the, because you talked about water rights, so ultimately I'm going, well, what do we do with water rights when we have water law, state water law in certain reaches, and I don't see Snowmass Creek here yet, but I expect some of the players will want to include Snowmass Creek eventually. Well, there's already a gauge there, and there we have water rights. How does that play? How do you change water rights during drought years?
I don't think
or impact, whatever.
Well, I don't think the focus of this work is not to change water rights in any way. The focus of this work is to understand how the administration of water rights and the use of water in these reaches affects flows in these reaches, particularly in the driest time of year, and by being in the stream, look for where there might be opportunities in the future, based on our findings, to work with irrigators and diverters, water rights holders, and find ways to enhance conservation that could be dedicated then to in-stream flows without changing anybody's water rights, just voluntarily.
Well, Kathleen Curry ran a bill 8 years ago, whatever it was, that allows temporary.
Indeed.
Yeah,
And the kind of information that you would gather in this snapshot assessment would be very useful in identifying the key water users and the key places along the river where you would want to focus that activity and find people who would willingly participate in those short-term programs, not giving up their water rights, but contributing that in a drought year. So it's not a question of changing water rights. And I'm sorry, I just lost track of your question. Do you have it?
Yeah, I'd like to add something, Jack, if I may. We started with all of the existing studies, including the one from John Emmerich and Dean Malone, and the State of the Watershed report, and the more recent even study by Roaring Fork Conservancy on conservation opportunities in the watershed that came out this year. We started with all of that.
And you have to say we started with the location of all existing gauges, including the one on Somes Creek.
We studied with this group listed on the handout. We started with a map of the watershed with every existing gauge. Where is it? What's its purpose? Is it operating? Is it functioning? And you may or may not know there's a substantial percentage of all gauges in the frying pan drainage because of that project. I mean, those projects, I should say. There are a lot of gauges in that one basin. So we started with what's out there, and it's sort of a gap analysis, if you will, where we brought these people together who use gauges every day in their work or use the data that gauges would generate if they existed. And we identified the most stressed places that don't have gauges, and I'll give you one example only, which is the Lower Crystal. There's a gauge at the fish hatchery, and that's how on the radio every day we hear what the CFS is. But the Water Commissioner, Bill Blakesley, what the Water Commissioner said was, there is an in-stream flow on the Lower Crystal, but he can't make a call, even though that water right has existed for years, because you can't call to a ditch, you have to call to a gauge. And he just gave that one. There were many examples. And so what I would add to what Chelsea said is, this is not a study, and indeed the way I introduced it to Healthy Rivers and Streams Board is, we didn't come here in March or April to ask you to fund a study. We've done the study with the group of people who were identified as what we call the collaborators, but the participants. And we continue to work with them. And so the way I would answer your question is, this informs the next step. And that's why this proposal, which you don't have, asked for both the snapshot assessment, where we match Healthy Rivers, so it's 50% Healthy Rivers, 50% private, and putting in the top tier of gauging stations and operating them for a year. That's what this proposal is. What they said was, let's start by, as it turned out, unanimously taking the snapshot assessment in this unique year and forward that to the BOCC and continue to work with us. And we actually have a work session scheduled with them, and we'll continue to work with them until what I would call a fully baked list of the most imperative actual gauging stations measuring not just flow, but whatever the probes that you want to put into that gauging station should measure. Where should they be? What technology? How do you manage the data? How do you make it useful to the county, the state, the feds, CWCB, et cetera.
And how long it's been for.
And so this simply is what everyone participating said, take this step first while you can, before December, and continue to work with Healthy Rivers and Roaring Fork Conservancy on the rest of this, which is the proposed 8 gauging stations that were identified at the workshop. So, hope that's helpful.
In terms of the utility of the data, we've been talking with both the water commissioners in the watershed as well as the division engineer, and they both said this information is going to be incredibly useful to us. We talked to the CWCB because we wanted to make sure that this information, we were going to collect it in a way that would be useful for them. We talked to the CWCB, and then they ran around their office and found money to help get this on the ground because they thought it was so important to what they're trying to do. And we've talked to other groups, the Colorado Water Trust, that this information would be really useful as foundation for trying to address the low flow issues in these 2 critical reaches.
Yeah, and have you brought the City of Aspen, Summit, Water and Sand, and Carbondale Town Council?
We've talked to them.
We've talked to, met and talked with all the municipalities.
So, last question, there's 6 gauges here identified. Where's the other 2?
There's points for 6 gauges, but like the one in Aspen is a suite of gauges.
It's a suite of 3.
Great, thank you.
Rachel?
Yeah, I'd like to just, knowing time's starting to run short, say thanks for undertaking this really extremely important work. And, as I remember the ballot language, it referred to leveraging our dollars with local, state, and federal partners. And this is a dollar-for-dollar match with a project that, had you not undertaken it, we probably would have needed to at some point, and sooner rather than later. I remember early on, after the tax was passed, being approached by people kind of off the cuff with the Colorado Water Conservation Board saying, well, how do you think your board would respond to requests for funding for more gauging stations so we can know what's really going on in the river? And I said, well, now with the recession and, people are a little tight about wanting to spend that immediately or have the floodgates open to various proposals coming forward. They kind of want to, hold off. That was kind of the last conversation had on it. And again, I think that's really important, and there's just never a conversation I've heard from experts, whether it's snow-tell sites or river gauges, who don't say, we can't answer that question because we don't have enough data. I wish we had more data. I wish we had more information. So I absolutely support this, and I think we've had some previous discussions about whether to fund the hedonic method for understanding the impact of water in our community with future battles we may be having with future water diverters, and I think that could be very valuable information, but this is irreplaceable information for when you're making those NEPA arguments and EIS arguments. So I fully support it, and I was in Steamboat for the Water Congress and was able to see the impact that the Water Trust had been able to have with the donation of some water for in-stream flow values, and they felt it was just tremendously important to their tourism economy. They were able to float the Yampa for like 4 or 5 weeks, whereas normally they'd be all out of the water, no fishing, no anything. And so, it just is a step forward, and I really support the work.
Well, Rachel, I'd like to thank you for saying that, and I'd like to let you know, because we, in this presentation, introduced to you the watershed gauging network, the bigger item, and I want to make sure that the county commissioners understand that the way the team's been working around that project also contemplates cost sharing, so that it's a public-private partnership, and there are individuals and organizations privately up and down the watershed, with skin in the game, so that we're all paying for the opportunity to understand our rivers better, take care of our rivers better, because we understand them better, which is key.
And I think it's just important to keep in the back of all of our minds that it's a 1/10 of a cent sales tax collected countywide. So the businesses of Aspen are already contributing, and the businesses in Snowmass are contributing. And those municipalities are starting to look to us to say, well, how are you using the water funds to help protect our water resources? And so I just, again, think that this is a great effort going forward. I know gauging stations are not cheap, and we probably won't be able to do the full suite at once, but that's why knowing the priority locations and getting them in the right sequence makes a lot of difference.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Rob, do you have a question?
Not a question, I make a comment that I think this totally meets the mission of the Healthy Rivers and Stream Board, and I think it's going to be well-needed data that'll help us keep our rivers healthy.
Great, thanks, Rob. So let me ask you, Chelsea or anyone, so this initial phase of the snapshot, it just helps identify the location, potential location of gauges going forward. Right?
Among other things, that's one of the other thing it will do. The Roaring Fork Conservancy and other people who have been sort of nose to the stream for decades also understand that in the Crystal Reach and in the Roaring Fork through town, we already know there is a need to enhance in-stream flows, particularly during the summer. And before you can work with, as we were speaking in response to Jack's question, before you can work with water rights holders and diverters about when and how they might be willing to conserve more or divert less or both, so that that water could in turn be left in the stream as to enhance in-stream flows in those impaired reaches. You need to know exactly where the water comes in and goes out and who's who, and so that you can have that conversation very intelligently. And that's sort of that's the analysis of the pinch points along the river. So in addition to where should the gauges go, there's a sort of detailed look at those two reaches, like so we understand better what can we do here, because we know these reaches are in trouble. They were in trouble before 2012. They're in trouble every single summer. And so that's another important product of this snapshot assessment in addition to the gauging location.
I just wanted to say one thing about, just so you know, the Crystal River has been flowing between 5 and 10 CFS for the past month, and the CWCB in-stream flow is 100. So it's like a 20th of the in-stream flow. But one of the things on doing this is working with the ditch owners. We've had a lot of conversations because we need their permission to get on their property, and we've been denied some cases, so we have some workarounds. But just having those initial conversations with people and trying to, those are the people we're going to have to work with if we're going to fix the system. And so
this is
a really good opportunity to start having dialogues with those diverters.
So this expenditure will occur this fall, that's what you're saying?
Right.
We would like to do the work in August, September, and October.
And then you'll have recommendations coming out of that expenditure. One of the recommendations being gauge location.
Correct.
Yes.
And then how will you fund those gauges?
Well, we will go back to Healthy Rivers and Streams, among other parties, to share how the snapshot assessment has informed where the gauges would go. But interesting to your question and to Rachel's point, we, in producing the proposal for a set of priority gauges in the Roaring Fork watershed, we looked at all the technologies that are available today to do that. In addition, or besides USGS technology, which is this sort of gold standard, it's also extremely expensive, and found out that you could put in a system of smart gauges that would provide real-time data that could be managed in a way that anyone could access it. As Tim described, you could put those gauges in the priority locations and operate them for a year for a total of $116,000. And we proposed to Healthy Rivers and Streams that we would find half of that if they could find the other. This is not the snapshot assessment. This is the gauging network. But for $116,000, the gauges could go in before snow falls. I don't know if that's still true. That was a month ago. Gauges could go in before snow falls, and they could be operated for a year. And one of the good questions that the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board had was who pays to operate them after the first year? Because of course, with a gauging network, you want to generate a long record of data, because the longer the record, the more you know about a river as the climate changes, as the population grows, as the demand for snowmaking increases. And so one of the things we want to work with Healthy Rivers and Streams and yourselves is developing the other sources of public and private funding that could be matched to county funding to get that system of gauges operating year after year after year for a good long time. But it's not that expensive to get them in and up for a year. The annual operating nut for that system, for those top priority gauges, is $55,000 or $60,000 a year.
So then who has ownership of those gauges?
We would be, Tim, I think, is going to answer this question, but we're certainly proposing that Friends of Rivers and Renewables is not, and the Roaring Fork Conservancy is not. We're nonprofits, but I think the Pitkin County, Healthy Rivers and Streams, or Pitkin County as a whole, would be one appropriate owner for a system of gauges for the Roaring Fork watershed. More different?
Well, let me just add, if I can, to both of your last two questions, Michael. The hydrologists, including the ones that are advising the county through Healthy Rivers and Streams, and Seth Mason from Carbondale and others, when we've talked about, that's a very important question, who owns and manages and does the O&M on a network of gauges that produce data that's accessible to all. Anyone with an internet connection gets managed data, whether they've paid for it or not, basically. Who should that be? And the discussion isn't complete. So the answer I would give you today is, when we come back after Healthy Rivers and Streams more fully engages, asks lots of questions, they ask 7 or 8 good questions that we're right now in the process of answering, so that when we meet with them and talk to them, we can answer new questions. But that's one I don't want to say today that there is that answer, because I think your advisory board that has a hydrologist on it, et cetera, should think that through before it comes back here. That would be my suggestion. The point Chelsea made about and Rachel made about the long-term commitment to gauging, what we learned before the workshop by going and meeting with every one of those agencies and individuals before they came here for the day. We went to wherever they were. And then the day we were all together were examples of watersheds or reaches that are well gauged, and how useful that is to managing the resource and identifying opportunities for efficiency, conservation, etc., improving essentially the health of rivers that have good data. And so we know it doesn't make sense to do this for 1 year. It would make no sense. We know that what we're really working on is something that's long-term, and that's why from day one our approach has been, let's make it a private-public partnership watershed-wide, not just in Pitkin County, watershed-wide, to support in multi-year commitments, and I'm not going to name names, but we have had numbers of conversations with other funders, very positive conversations, and the idea is to put together a not just a collaboration, a coalition of long-term commitments to gauging. These, whatever turn out to be, the ones that make the cut. Is it 4? Is it 8? Is it these 8? A different 8? I see this as the first step of a many-step process with the county. And it's with Pitkin County because you're the only county that has a Healthy Rivers and Streams program and fund. And that's why we're in the West that we know of. And that's why we didn't come in and say we fund a study to see if this is a good idea. We did 6 months of work to come in and say, let's take the first step together, let's link arms and take this first step together and learn together with agencies like Sharon's and the state and federal and other local agencies, and come back when it's ready. I don't know when that'll be, whether it'll take a month or 3 months, 4 months.
Thank you, Tim. Board, do we want to go ahead with this? Do I see nods? Some nods?
The barometer's full.
The concern I have is that really, in order to be successful for this investment, $23,000 to be successful, you really have to be successful in the outgoing years. Otherwise, this will just be literally a snapshot, and that's it. And I think that we haven't had enough discussion about what the long-term commitment is on the part of Pickens County and other partners. It's great to talk about private-public partnerships. I think public partnerships tend to be more permanent. Pickens County's been around since 1880. Private concerns, maybe St. Mary's Church has been around that long, but not many other private concerns. So I don't think that to my way of thinking, that it's really the best way to go. It might be for the short term, 5 years or 10 years, but we're really talking about a 50-year commitment here, right? So
That may be, it's interesting, if I can add, because I think it'll be interesting to everybody here, that GOCO, everybody's familiar with in terms of the money they've provided for open space protection, is now very interested in water issues. So one idea is to find other public entities committed to the long-term projects like this.
yeah, I mean, my feeling is that the USGS, that the state and GOCO, those are the committed parties. And I'm not sure that Pickens County wants to commit for the next 50 years to $100,000 worth of maintenance on gauges, but which is not to say
It's 50.
Okay.
It's 50.
Minor. So I'm not saying that I can't support this. I can support it, but much more work needs to be done to really say that this is going to be a successful program. I can be enthusiastic about it. I have to also be realistic about it.
Well, the key is we have to know that this work is not just is a snapshot in time, but we can't. It's a sort of chicken and egg, horse and cart. We all need a better understanding of where location gauges would go to be the most useful in that longer term project we want to talk about. So the longer term project and the conversation about it and the funding for it depends on getting in the stream enough to actually know that we did it right, we picked the right places, and then the fun begins to sort of work it out for the long haul.
Yeah, and I think the integrity of the owner of those gauging stations has to be solid.
Indeed.
It can't be.
Has to be.
Indeed.
Yeah.
That's one reason for.
I really agree with you, Michael. It's important that, almost similar to our landfill operating plans or anything else, that we develop a longer-term operating plan for this goes forward or before the next step is taken. But I think this step is really important, because even if, for whatever horrible reason, all we walked out with was data from the drought year of 2012, that puts a little bit of a floor under some of our discussions on future water diversions and what the impacts can be and things like that. I don't think it would end just here, but I think that is important. And I think it's also a little bit such as our funding of the Coal Creek Basin work, where we know it's a much bigger project to fully do the restoration and everything like that, but sometimes you can't really go out and get the right partners until your business plan and your data is more fully formed. So I think that this is just the next logical step. It does not overcommit us to a longer-term item, but it gets us to a place of knowing what the value of that longer-term item would really be to us.
Jack, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, well, in the initial stages, certainly, and actually until the end, I'm a supporter. Then you talk about going back to healthy and river streams again, which is understandable, but that means again. Then you talk about the real costs of 1 year and then long-term, and I'm completely with Michael in the concern about what this means. I don't think you can go forward without this step, of course. So I'm hesitant because of the long term, but I'm going to support this piece. But boy, I don't want Picken County to have anything to do with having to pay for monitoring gauges forever. I mean, that's the role of the USGS, the state of Colorado, the Conservation Board, bigger entities than just Picken County, and this is a watershed issue. So, yeah, I'll go to first base, and I won't be here, so you won't have to worry about me. The next stage, but it's very much a concern where the money's coming from, because this is really expensive for important data, but still really expensive.
Okay, so it looks like we have general consensus to go ahead. We've taken a very long time with this.
Yeah, this
about
was an
45
agenda
minutes,
item,
which
not
is
a-
about a half an hour longer than I thought we were going to take. But, I think we've got a nod of heads for the funding, but there are some outstanding questions that
Good questions.
that need to be answered, I think, first at the Healthy River level and at our level.
Right.
Because typically, we're not asked for 50-year commitments, so. Okay.
And we haven't been yet.
That's what we do when we buy open space. We make a permanent commission.
Airport? Is that what we're up? Base letter. Let's do the base letter. I'm sorry, Cindy, I keep messing with your head. It's not on purpose. So, where is this base letter?
Okay. Well, actually, the board at some point requested that we keep up with the legislation regarding PACE, which is, for the audience, the Property Assessed Clean Energy Programs that allow us to assess a loan on someone's assessed value of their home in our property taxation locally. However, that type of funding was, and I'll try to get this as straight as I can, because what happened was we were working with CORE on this several years ago, and then PACE was challenged by Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac because of the positioning of the loans that might take place, and the liens on the property that might take place, and they are in the process through the Federal Housing Finance Agency to establish new underwriting standards, which in fact would create even more barriers in most cases for a PACE program going forward. And we very much would like to see a PACE program go forward in Picken County in order to allow people to make energy improvements to their homes, and feel that in fact there's a low risk that these loans would not be repaid, and in fact that property value or the value of the property is increased because of energy efficiency improvements to that home, and therefore probably could be sold if need be at a higher price given those energy efficiencies. So what this letter is about is trying to support some modifications to the underwriting standards that are being considered by the Federal Housing Finance Agency, and making some tweaks to their alternative 3 in that bill, which is, or not a bill, but it's a proposed rule, which is Rule 2599, underwriting standards, and in hopes that in fact we can get this program, have it available in Picken County for folks who might not have the cash needed up front to do the improvements on the homes, but in fact, we feel that there are ways to secure those loans, and in fact, I think I have to give credit to Mona Newton for putting the letter together from CORE, in that she cites that the home values are increased, as well as energy costs reduced, and this grows jobs and economic activities in the local government by allowing these improvements to take place, as well as support our overall goals of reducing greenhouse gases for the globe. So I think, Rachel, I know you've been very involved in this, and if you have anything to add to that, I'd appreciate it. I'm sort of new at this.
No, Rachel.
Well, I was going to say, I think Cindy explained it very well. Our program was known as Energy Smart, but the broader category is known as PACE. And I think it's a very good letter, excuse me. The only thing I think we should definitely CC or send it under separate cover to Udall, Bennett, and Governor Hickenlooper as well, and our congressional representatives, because they're the people who pull the purse strings over FHA, and we need to let them know that we're having serious qualms with Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac about this matter, and so that's my one thought. And then I just don't know. There's a lot of paragraphs and a lot of verbiage. At the very end, the very last sentence gets to "this solution enables," and I think we should put more clearly what our preferred path is instead of the words "this solution." So kind of like in supporting a modified alternative 3, this solution does that. Something just, but I want to make sure it's just not quite bolded, but highlight it in such a way of what we're asking that they do. I don't know if it's worth mentioning the billions of dollars that have been spent bailing out Freddie Mae and Fannie Mac, and that PACE was not the cause of those problems, and that given the taxpayer investment in those organizations, it would be good to see that organization investing in the taxpayer.
So does the board agree with that change to be more specific rather than use the word "this"? Rob, are you addressing this?
Yes.
Okay.
Primarily because I'm not sure what this solution is. I mean, this solution is to really put Fannie and Freddie at greater financial risk. So we're basically saying that they should bear the burden if there's a default and a foreclosure, and our fund, or the fund that funds the PACE money, which would be recollected through tax collections, would not be at risk at all. So we're basically saying we're not going to take the risk, but we want Freddie and Fannie, or the mortgage markets, to take the risk. That, in essence, is the solution that we're proposing.
I don't think that might be one way that it could be characterized, but traditionally, property taxes, and we should make clear, this is a homeowner's individual election to enter into any of these sort of programs. It's not put on them by Pickens County. Property taxes are the highest collection rate of any type of debt possible, as well as the PACE collections. So it doesn't
PACE
put
wouldn't be
Pickens
at
County
risk.
at risk because we will be bonding.
But it puts Freddie and Fannie at risk because the mortgages would take a second position to the PACE program lending.
Again, I think people could characterize it that way, and that's why they're trying to throw the walls up quite as high as they are. But I don't think that there's any evidence that that has been any of the reason that Freddie and Fannie have had these defaults.
Well, it's not because it's not in place.
FHFA, it's not to...
The program's not in place, so it can't be why they were at default. But it does, it's saying that one institution has precedence over another institution, and it's saying that Freddie and Fannie don't have precedence over our tax collection, so therefore we're not putting ourselves at... I mean, the problem is that if a homeowner... I understand that it increases the value. I think that's a very good argument. But what's happened in the past is the homeowners have increasingly, and I'm not sure that they'd even get them now, but taken their mortgages to 100%. And then what happens is that so many people, a large percentage of these people that are in trouble with their homes are underwater with their homes, and i.e. they've entered an agreement that they're not going to be able to obligate to the mortgage payers. The taxpayers or the government entities, the tax collectors, get first stab at everything. I understand Freddie and Fannie's position as financial institutions not to want to be at risk with something like this. I want to understand the program more, and I haven't been involved. I wasn't involved. I wasn't on the board. What was it, 6 years ago or 4 years ago when this program was being put into place. But I think that's the key to this whole thing, is that last sentence, as Rachel said, which is this solution, and really clarifying what this solution is, and understanding that as we write this letter.
So, Rhonda, and just to provide, I think, some of the background I think you're looking for is, how the PACE program works is there is a bond that's put together. Property owners elect into it, and then we'll have an assessment, a property tax assessment against their property. Now, that property tax assessment follows the property, not the owner, so it's not a debt necessarily that gets absorbed,
in the bankruptcy.
In the bankruptcy, but it is, an additional assessment then that if the bank takes that property over, they're responsible for. I think the argument in here is that there's an offsetting increased value to the property, so that at whatever point the bank chooses to liquidate it, then they're getting some offset there. But it would be an additional assessment or property tax that the bank would be taking on, just like they take on the property tax for any of the other services. It's not something that gets liquidated or that they're at risk of. And I think, I know you and I had a chance to visit about this a little bit yesterday, and I think the point that I missed is it's not like a loan that's first in line that gets paid off before the bank. It's a property tax assessment that's levied annually, and the risk then goes to either tax sale or those types of processes, just like any other property tax. So it's actually a more minimal risk for the mortgage holder.
I mean, the risk is that in the liquidation of a property where the bank has a lien on that property, the lien doesn't get paid until this other assessment gets paid.
No.
Back taxes get paid first, but the balance that's not due yet, if someone got a 20-year PACE loan to make the improvements, and I defaulted, hadn't made any payments for 2 years on my property tax or anything, those 2 years come first, but the other 18 years will go to the new buyer, and it will be just like them paying the new property taxes on the place. So whoever buys the property in the liquidation, it stays with the property. It doesn't go away. So it's similar to a metro district or a road improvement district, and that's why the questions about Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac not accepting them has been so prevalent, because it's like, wait a second, you have metro districts that have a property tax assessments they use to pay for their garbage collection, and you're not saying there's any problem with that, but here's one to make energy improvements, and you're saying you won't accept those fees out of a district.
That's an interesting. So let me make sure I understood this correctly, that the only assessment to the offset in the foreclosure or whatever would be anything that was past due.
Correct.
Not anything that's forward. And the argument is, so this needs to be, I think, more clearly stated in this letter. The argument is that any future payments are greatly offset. I don't know if the word greatly is the way to put it. Are offset, or maybe it's partially offset by energy savings that are going to be occurred in the future as well. It's kind of like raising someone's homeowner's dues, and then people don't buy houses in this community, and in places where they're expensive homeowner dues, because you know it's expensive going forward,
Yeah.
even if there's benefits to that.
But it's a deliberate election by an individual homeowner when they've made an evaluation that me investing this $10,000 is going to have a payback of 5 years or 7 years, or even comfort now, because it's going to lower my utility bills. They have to make a decision that they would like to buy into the
Well,
program.
The argument against that, unfortunately, is I think a lot of people make the election to save the environment, not necessarily to save money as well.
But we set the guidelines under the Energy Smart program as Pitkin County as to who can qualify for a loan. So we already discussed before it got kind of forestalled with Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac that they have to have X amount of equity already in the place. They can't have past due notes already. So it's not like just anyone can jump out there and get qualified for the loan and the program.
This was a very good education. I feel much more
Comfortable.
with supporting this letter, but I do think your point is well taken, that this solution needs to be clarified, maybe a little in the body and certainly at the end.
Right. And also, just to point out that we do, in the letter, state that if FHA would like to work with us and get involved a little bit with us on some of these determinations and what they're calling their underwriting standards, we'd be happy to work with them. So we did reach out in that respect, too.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, Cindy, are you going to change the letter then?
Yes, I will.
There seems to be general support for the letter. It's just some clarifications, particularly at the using with this.
Correct. And then also make the copies to Bennett and Udall and others that are important to hear about that.
I would just, to just our congressional delegates, I've sat and talked to Tipton on this. He actually understood it. I've talked to Diane DeGette on this. She was supportive of this. This was years ago, so I would send it to our entire congressional delegates.
Okay.
Yes, Jeff?
Yeah, 2 points. In the first paragraph, it says FHFA must issue, this is the last second to last sentence in the first paragraph, must issue a final rule based on facts, not assertions, and consider the environmental impacts. I think it should say, and consider the environmental impacts, comma, as well as the financial. No.
Economic.
Okay, economic, yeah, thank you, that's even better. So it would read, and consider the environmental, comma, as well as the economic impacts.
Well, it says, and consider the environmental impacts of its actions and substantial public interest and pace. So you can't end it, environmental impacts on that sentence.
Well, I'm just asking that economic be put in there because people here, you can talk about all the day you want about environment, but they're not going to be concerned too much about the environment.
Yeah, and economic impacts is...
Yeah, they're talking about dollars.
Somehow that needs to work.
And then 3 places, at least, it talks about the enterprises. Last word on the first page. Second page, second paragraph, about midway, it says because it still requires enterprise consent. Then, 1, 2, third paragraph, second sentence, then the enterprise shall. So, what is the enterprise? Is it defining?
The very first paragraph puts Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac as the
enterprises. That's, okay, combined, okay. Well, I'm not Mr. Finance here, I don't know how they would take.
Yes, Rachel?
Yeah, on your second page, the third paragraph down, I have to say, that looks like something went wrong with the formatting. It really doesn't read well. And particularly the third line there says, not take actions to make immediately due. Is immediately due the right wording there, or is it to immediately call due? I know what they mean to make the loan all due and payable at the same time, but I'm just not sure that language is quite right. But that should either be bullet pointed or changed a little bit, but it looks very choppy the way it's set up with the whole space behind the word shall. Yeah, maybe it should just follow up there or something. Anyhow, that's all.
Got it.
Okay. Thank you, Cindy.
Thank you.
So, the airport has patiently been circling the field here, or something. And Brian, you're going to present on the AT&T, additional AT&T facility at the airport?
Correct. And this is really, this memo of interest is really an update to the board, an update that we had presented back in November of last year. Just like to briefly recap the meeting last year and explain where we're at today and get questions if there are any. Last meeting, we presented to you that AT&T, or the airport presented, that AT&T was interested in upgrading their 3G antenna to a 4G antenna. They currently have a 3G antenna located at AOC of the terminal. The 4G antenna will not fit in its existing space, so they proposed raising it 7.7 feet. Overall,
7 feet 7 inches.
Excuse me, 7 feet 7 inches. Thank you for the clarification. Overall, I think it was very supported. Also, there will be increases in rent with that. But there was concern about the image, that it should fit the existing image and the overall appearance of the AOC. So the airport went back, worked with AT&T on the development of that, and that's where we are today. If you'll turn to the last page in the MOI, you'll see existing conditions on the top and proposed future conditions on the bottom. It's actually kind of an interesting photo. It's like, what is different in this photo? If you look right at the center of the building, the gray addition, that's essentially what's different. We have reached an agreement on construction schedule, timing. Luckily, it's in the shoulder season, this off season, to get it to start, hopefully immediately. The funding of this project will be paid for entirely by AT&T. There won't be a financial impact on construction to the airport fund. The only impact will be an increase in rent because of the additional space in future years.
Yes, George.
Does Verizon or any other service provider have access out on the airport?
It was originally built to house 2 cupolas, and right now I believe it's only AT&T, and correct me if I'm wrong. So if Verizon did want to come on, we do actually have space for them.
So any questions for Brian? So how does this impact, this is a fairly substantial addition, it looks like, now that you pointed it out. How does that impact the operations over there? That's over the main office, or what would you call that office, the space below?
It's really the operations area, operations center.
And so is it expected to impact that at all?
There shouldn't be any impact at all. There's a coordination meeting scheduled for tomorrow to make sure there is no impact. There's also some landscaping going on at the same time. So we do want to take a close look at that to make sure the coordination is fully thought out. But right now there's expected to be no impact.
Okay.
Sounds good.
So, it looks like the roof is flatter on the cupola. Is that meaningful at all as far as snow shed, drip?
Can't comment.
Ice dam?
Jack, I think it was pitched so as not to break the ridge of the existing facility, but I think it's certainly been designed appropriately. These are pretty light structures as they are. They're kind of these fiberglass cupolas, and you know the pitch should be adequate for snow and water shedding, but it was pitched down so that it wouldn't extend beyond
the
ridge line. Yeah,
7.
whatever that. Yeah,
And it does still have the steel roof, which should hopefully help with shedding.
Okay. Any further questions? Thank you very much, Brian.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Board reports and so forth and so on. If the P&Z is definitely coming in, because I see a P&Z member present, so I think we should adjourn.
Can I just make one more public statement?
Sure.
Just because it hasn't been mentioned today, and I think it's important that it should be mentioned on a day like today. I'm sure we'll have a couple comments on it tomorrow, but today is September 11th. It was 11 years ago today that we had this attack on the World Trade Centers and the Pentagon building, and quite a few lives lost, and it's important that we recognize that.
Thank you. It is important. Board, shall we adjourn?
I think so.
Yes. Thank you.